Yo, 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 what's up? Good morning, Garden. Sorry, I'm getting the link posted right now because I'm so horrible at doing it always. I don't know why I put that into the review channel, but I did. Okay, link is sent. We are good to go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, King Carnage? What is up, Andrew? Good to see you, dog. So I haven't really been around to play games, so I saw you tagging me and stuff. I think I got on CS2 for like just like a couple hours the past couple days, but I didn't really do anything. But yeah, my bad. Drop them likes. Good morning. Good to see you, Gary. Great to see you on this Monday. Oh, okay, bet. Hope you're doing good, Andrew. I'm still waiting on that freaking golden legendary hollow foil fucking Turtwig, but whatever, bro. Or Torterra even, but whatever. It's cool. Guess I'll just go buy it. Yo, good morning, good day. What is up, Alst? Or should I say Hericium Arenaceus? Herinaceus. It snowed in Canada today. Holy shit. Actually, it got really cold here the other night. It was like 40 degrees. It's pretty crazy. With wind. The new set drops today. Ooh, going at 11 to cop the set. Oh, I wish you all the luck in the world, dude. Good morning, Hefe. Dude, what is up? I know your name says Ninja Killer, but I know exactly who this is just by the way he typed Hefe. YouTube trolling me? YouTube truly trolling us all. It's like, oh, you're trying to remember all those people from your community? Oh, well, we're going to make you remember another alias. Good luck. No, you're good. You're good, bro. No need to be sorry. No need to be worried about being off. You know, you're allowed to take breaks. We accept that in this community. Asa, what's up, Carter? President motherfucking Carter. By the way, great job, Carter. Even while I was gone, I was happy to see you guys did some good posting, and I was also happy to see you didn't post every day. I was gonna be a little worried if I went in there and you guys were like posting every single day, every single minute. I was gonna be like, oh god. But I went in there and it was actually some really good posts and a good amount of posts. And yeah, I didn't even get this ready to draw the gap fib. I should probably get another chart. I don't think people realize how easy this it is with the gap fib. Honestly, like when I see a gap, I'm like, okay, bad. I'll just set another chart to the side. Let's see if I like it more or not. Let's see if it feels a lot better. A lot of the time it does, because it makes it just so much more easy to just focus on less levels. To be honest, though, I would still have some of these levels drawn, though, even if you're only going to draw the gap fib. Just kind of taking away from our other chart. So I would still make sure we probably have this 50% drawn, just so there's some median between if we do break 668s later on this week. What else? I would draw the high, just because this we made this a thick level because this isn't just the high. the old all-time high over here. This turned out to be about where the 50% is for this gap. It also turned out to be where a good level is for this low right here before they broke down again. So 674 is a really big trigger. We're already at 677, by the way. But last night when I was or yesterday afternoon when I was typing all this up to post in the chat, it was pretty inevitable that we go up to this level at the very least. So I'm happy to see we're already above that. And then the decision is going to come from this level, right? So if we break above this and we push towards, here, awesome. Which we're already doing that. We've already pushed off of this. We've already pushed into 677 or through 677 towards 680, which again, this is a really big level too. If I had to embolden or make another level thick as this one, just to have another one, I would probably say it's this one, the 680, because this is where we constantly gapped up from, where we dropped down to 3 times, rejected off of, and we talked about this level so many times that's what made it feel like it was important, even before we truly understood why. Just because we had been typing it out so much, even though I wasn't even here every day, I think I typed out 680 like 16 times. It is insane how many times we typed out 680, 679, 93, blah, blah, blah. So it's impressive that we've rejected off of that, pushed down, done our move to go down, and now we've already made our move in just this morning towards 680. We've already done almost all that work. So my prediction for this week was that we would at least go up to 674, but clearly that doesn't matter. And then from 674 would be our kind of decider, but we've already done that too. We've already kind of gone up to the next level. So my end of week prediction was that we would probably hit this level and reject it, or we would make our decision and we would try to break over it and see some holds over it. Whether that's today or you see that sometime in the middle of the week or towards the end of the week when we have PPI and CPI data coming out on Thursday and Friday, then so be it. But that's kind of what we're seeing here on our larger time frame here. Is for anybody who's a little more curious before the market opens. Yeah, so the 2 levels that I was trying to get at, all that explanation was so we could talk about that. We need to have that level marked and probably that level marked. If you're going to go to a chart that has no levels on it and you're just drawing the gap fib. So have that level marked and have the 680 level marked. So just type that and then 680. Bam. So, yeah, I would say these are like your 2 main levels you need to have on your screen outside of if you're going to draw that gap fib from previous day close to today's open, which is probably going to end up looking something like this. Holy, can I just have control? Something about like that. So, as you can see, control of this level is still important regardless of gap fib or not. I hope that makes sense, though, for anybody in here who's looking to get their game plan going before the market opens, because that's kind of what I'm looking at today. It just kind of sucks that most of it's already played out, but I can't really sit here and complain. You just got to plan around that. And good job to anybody, too. Don't let this take away from the feeling that you get from anybody in chat who already did catch this move. I did see a few of you call out longs towards the end of last week, based because of the candle that we got on Friday, the hammer candle going up. So I do like that too. I saw a lot of people talking about how they're going to swing some different longs on different type of tickers, whether it was triple Q with what's his name? I can't even think of anybody's name right now because I'm like so focused. Woots. I kept trying to say Ouse, but I was like, no, that's not right. So Woots called that out. I saw a bunch of stuff by Kevo get posted. I saw a few other posts by other people in the chat too. So good job. Be proud of people who already were in the move for this upside. That's very, very cool. And that's a very big move today already. So they're going to be eating. So yeah, so that's my explanation. Just going to give you a better look from what we're seeing at from this. Because I know this is kind of hard to look at. It's a lot to look at. So I like to break it down and go over what are the more key priority levels. Everything else is just there, it's there for our context, but these 2 levels here, this one and this one, are probably your most important levels on your screen right now, outside of course drawing the gap fib, but we haven't been able to draw that yet because the market's not open yet. But yeah, be sure to drop a like on the stream today, guys. Give me a thumbs up or drop an emoji in the YouTube chat if you did enjoy some of the pre-market prep there. If you'd like to see more of that, let me know. But yeah, so I hope we can get into this and actually catch something on the market today. Real quick, let me switch my screens because I don't know why I didn't do this before the fucking stream started. But let me switch this up real quick. All right. Y'all can see that, right? Yeah, y'all can. All right, so why I'm just sitting here on this time frame now after all the explanation is because I want to draw the gap fib from previous day close to today's open, but I'm just kind of waiting because the market's not open yet. Also, this is probably just the easiest time frame to draw it on. You could even take this off and make it easier. Oh, yep. So we'll be opening somewhere like right here. So I'm going to get my fib ready. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. Man, I've noticed sometimes the OHLC setting doesn't work how you want it to. I think I got it that time, yeah. Yeah, I was close. Alright, so that's what your gap fib should look like. And then, of course, we have our 2 levels marked from our larger time frame that we found to be super, super important. It's cool because you get so many targets to the upside. I'm pretty sure this one actually lines up with a level from our actual chart. Yeah, 686.13. So, pretty close. And we get another one in between without making shit up. Because I think I drew one at 682.50. But it looks like 683.50 was more ideal. I'm going to zoom this down, though, so we can just focus on this. So remember, we're kind of already bullish. It's just like, it kind of sucks because we've already gapped up so much. So for anybody who's looking for a new trade, anybody who's already in a trade, you're looking great. It looks like for the week, we wanted to at least go bump our head against 680, like we talked about in pre-market prep, but as you can see, we've already done most of that move. We are only $2 away now from the 680, which, again, just to kind of remind everybody, because, again, I know because a few days have gone by, an extra week has gone by, it's easy to forget this shit. But, guys, 680 is where we held as support multiple times after gap ups and gap downs. You can see here, after a gap down through it and the rejection, this gave kind of more clear direction to go down. Last little move up here failed, and then we started getting our bigger bearish moves down towards 660, right? So now that we're going back up, getting up to 680 is almost like there was a ceiling here, and we're jumping up like off of a trampoline inside of our room, and we're about to bump our head against the popcorn ceiling. We're about to hit our head. I'm not saying we can't go higher. It's just it's unlikely. So we'll probably see some sort of weakness here, and then sideways, and then a move up maybe even a rejection, a test of this area again. Who knows? Maybe we do that right at the open, but we'll see. That's just kind of what our expectations are, right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, I didn't say that this morning, so I can't do that. No, I mean, if I see 680 pop with some good higher lows, I'm going to get in, but it's still good to go over that beforehand, though, just so you have a little bit of understanding of where we're at. And then, of course, we have our gap fib levels, which this indicates that if we go down at all today, under today's open, which is this white line here, higher probability picks up that we do at least go down to this 50% level here of this move up, right, which is 674. So there's a little bit over a $3 move to the downside if today's open does have some weakness under it. So keep that in mind if anybody here is looking to short this. Which, if you're doing that, I would go down to the 1 minute, and I'd probably just watch it on this for a little while. You could even go back and forth between the 5 or maybe even the 10 or the 15 or something. Something a little bit larger, but not too large. All right. I just wanted to explain all that so we're not all lost. I'm also watching the sectors over here to see what is doing the most damage for this to go up. So if they lose their strength, that'll help me also indicate when this can go down, right? Pretty simple logic there. So I can see XLK is actually our largest sector that's up today, which is tech. Makes the most sense, honestly. It's not like something that's that surprising. You have discretionary pretty far behind it, not gonna lie, and then everything else is pretty much flat. I'm gonna be honest. It's not really much that's up or down that crazy right now, besides discretionary and tech, which is discretionary is like your Teslas, your Amazons, your Nikes, your McDonald's, your Home Depots, stuff like that. And then you have tech, your Microsofts, your Apples, your Nvidias, all that good stuff. So as long as these still go up and nothing else gets worse, should still see SPY go up more, is what that is telling us. And let's fix our chart a little bit, because this is insanely hard to look at. There we go. Honestly, it's going to be hard to look at regardless of what I do. We're in the middle of fucking nowhere. Not in the middle of nowhere, but you know what I meant. I don't have any recent price action to display from the recent left. All right, let me focus on YouTube chat for a second. Let me see how all you beautiful people are. I just wanted to make sure we were all prepped and ready to go, because I don't want you guys to just be sitting here hanging, regardless of me fucking off, because you guys know how much I'll just start reading YouTube chat. Good morning, Dr. J. What's up, kid? Yeah, you tried to change mine? Yeah, I honestly don't know what we have to do to fix YouTube names. I don't think there is anything we can do. I think we need to perform some sort of blood ritual or something for YouTube or Google. Maybe we'll get the ball rolling. Good morning, YouTube BB. What's up, Adam? Good to see you, dog. 6'7". Okay. Good morning. What is up, Mr. Shadow? What is up, Tobias? Good morning. What's up, KD? We're only calling you KD now because of the 6'7" comment now. You know, I'm proud of you guys. I think that's actually the first 6'7" comment I've read in any of my YouTube streams. Whether that's lack of trying, I don't know, but gotta find something to appreciate in that. Gotta find the silver lining. All right, go bump your head against 680. Let's see what we're going to do here. So far, it looks like it still wants to just keep going up. That's what it looked like on this chart, too. When we went to that chart, that was just gapped up, the tech chart. I mean, it didn't look like it was slowing down yet. You can, of course, check those top weights of that sector, too, just to kind of have an even deeper look into it. But that would mainly be NVIDIA, Microsoft, of course, and Apple. Apple and Microsoft look like they're kicking ass still. NVIDIA did slow down at the open, but they've already taken most of that back. So we'll see what happens to those three. I would keep high focus on those three if you're someone in here who's going to be looking at SPY or Triple Q right now, because that would highly indicate what's about to happen next, as well as kind of keeping an eye on if anything gets worse or picks up, right? Because if you see energy and staples go up and the rest of these just keep going up, I mean, I don't see why SPY won't, even without tech going up more. So keep that on the watch too. Everything looks fine though right now. But good morning to everybody. Let me know how your weekend was. Did you get to enjoy it or not? That was a lot of talking before the open, huh? Damn, that SpyCon already did pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I was just watching one right there. I'm actually glad you corrected yourself, Alice, because I was like, I'm gonna give him a minute to see if he corrects himself. Because I was like, yeah, I wouldn't be a kicker; it'd just be a strong gap up. But I still understood what you meant, though. It's funny when you guys do that. I'm still like, oh, I can't really get onto them because, I mean, yes, you're wrong, but I understand why you are saying it though, because it's the power of the gap up. It's not like it's not even that. Because to be fair, did it gap up over the entirety of previous day high? I mean, you can't really say that because it was already above it. But I mean, look how it did to the day before that though. You know, here's that day low to the high. I mean, it almost gapped up over the entirety of the day before that's high. So the intensity of that gap is still there, similar to how a bullish kicker would be. It's also amazing too. Like how many times in these streams have we gone over like hammers and dojis are almost always going to be the top of your trend? You know, we've talked about that so many freaking times in here, and it happened again. Actually, I had both. Then you got your lead test, and then you got your finally you got a dip. It took 2 lead tests to get that big dip to happen. Pretty impressive. Let me delete that before we keep it up, and then later on in the chart, we're like, why is our chart so messy? Because I keep adding shit to it. So far, SPY just still going up, kind of expected. We talked about what could help keep this going as well. Tech still going up. I don't see why that would stop yet. Until we see some sort of pullback in NVIDIA, Microsoft, or Apple, I don't see why tech will slow down. There's just no reason to yet. One sector that has slowed down that did also open pretty high was discretionary. Now, you can definitely just go take a look at like your Amazon chart or your Tesla chart just to kind of get a better look at this. And I think it is because of this weird relationship you have where Amazon's going up and Tesla's going down. And I was only noticing that because I saw the percentage going down. But like Amazon, I mean, it looks like it's just fucking flying through the roof, right? But then you go to Tesla, its counterpart of the XLY sector, and it's didn't really gap up that high, and it broke previous day high. It's already back down again. So this looks like a bearish retest to go down more. Well, this looks like it doesn't want to stop. This thing's on, on drugs, ready to go more. Microsoft, too. I didn't want to lie, but Microsoft looks pretty freaking strong. NVIDIA hasn't really moved, but it's still crazy that it's just sitting here, right? Because it could have easily have just dipped off super hard, but it didn't. So that kind of begs the question, is that going to start going up a lot more soon? Similar to how Apple just did, how Microsoft just did, how Amazon just did. Is NVIDIA about to get another leg up after the open? Similar to those other heavier weights in the market. And then I am seeing Staples got a little bit more weak, as well as energy, which actually makes a lot of sense. As we talked about many times in the past, these are kind of like not your. I don't even like to say flight to safety, because I think that makes people think like, oh, every time tech stops, these always pull back, or every time tech goes up, these pull back. Like that's not technically true. But in a general sense, in a logical sense, it makes sense that these are your flight to safeties because they do consist of your staple type stocks and stuff like that. So people probably getting the fuck out of these to get into those tech charts that are starting to look a little bit more enticing. So it could just be simple rotation on those, which we talk about this so much in here because it is probably one of your easiest indicators. And it's funny because if you're someone who's been a part of my streams for a while now and you do like to look at the XLs a lot, to kind of make your short-term decision-making on SPY or make your probability at least a little higher. You're already kind of, in a general sense, learning sector rotation by doing that. You just are doing it on a very micro level. If you zoom that out a little bit more and do it on a more macro level, you'll actually be taking advantage of sector rotation, which is generally just, if you want to put it in stupid terms, it's just money moving from one pocket to another, whether it's from commodities into a different market or a part of our equity market into a different part of the equity market, from sector to sector, stuff like that. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, but those aren't really dropping a whole lot more as I'm talking about them, of course. So I'm not going to be surprised if SPY's, hitting 680 today. We talked about how this was kind of our target for the week, just because if you go to your larger time frame, after such a bullish hammer in a spot as well, I'll go to this chart so we can see the levels we're looking at. 1 second. I think it's this one, actually, yeah. We actually went down and we held the exact same freaking hammer over here and the 50%. We wicked up, so it's kind of cool. We dumped through them and picked up as again to kind of make that bullish hammer. Therefore, bears got theirs. At least the non-greedy bears got their bread, and then anybody who isn't an idiot saw the bullish candlestick and goes, okay, we're probably going to get some sort of gap up on Monday. I think most of us guessed around here that we'd go hit today, but the fact that we've gapped up over that area, it begs the question, why aren't we just going up to 680 to at least hit it today? If we're going to start up this high, let's just go hit it at the very least. So I'm not going to be surprised if we do end up with a candlestick similar to this one, hitting this level today, 680. And I don't know if I'll look at it in the same sense, though. I don't know if I'd look at it and be like, oh, it's bearish because it's the same candle as this one. This was literally rejecting a 50% of a pullback, so no, that's bearish. This is on the tail end of a huge-ass move up, so it's a little bit different. The context isn't the same. So that's another thing to pay attention to. And again, that's a really big thing. If you're someone who's new in here, we're really big on using the context of the chart. So if something happened, right, I said it was bullish, or we said beforehand that was bullish if it breaks, right? I see that happen, and then I see some bullish candlesticks appear, or I see a higher low appear, or that something else to add on to that context. That is something I can take action on, But just saying, green candle above bullish level go up, red candle break bearish level go down. We're not freaking cavemen. Let's let's cool it. Don't be one of those traders online who's like, break of this level brings a 12% pullback. What the fuck are you talking about? Go level to level. Calm down. And it's funny because if you did want to break something down on a more macro level in that sense, you could. You still aren't going to be sitting there calling out a 12% move down or something. That's just pretty crazy. Me personally, I didn't tell my chat to chill the fuck out until I saw what candle? Honestly, I started telling my chat to chill the fuck out when I saw these two candles, and then when this happened, it triple confirmed what I was posting. So I got my context of okay, we have a gapped up small body candle, we have a gapped up small body candle, which again, if you're someone who uses RSI, I almost promise that said overbought, but even without RSI, you can identify using candlestick patterns that gapped up small body candles indicate potentially overbought chart. We got two of them, and then you got your gap down to confirm that context, indicating, hey, jackass, stop going long. Chill out for a second. So that was a really big sign in my chat, and that was technically when we stopped being bullish. But since yesterday's post, we talked about how since this candle, we probably will see some upside move. It just sucks that a lot of it was already in the open or in the after hours or pre-market of the market. So that does suck. I won't lie to anybody in here, but it is still cool to see the context literally screaming at you. You just have to be paying attention and understand how to understand what it's saying to you. How to read it correctly. Not saying you could have taken advantage of, this or anything without swinging, but I'm just saying. Which, again, this is still amazing context. Because even if this breaks, it's okay, well, now we know it wants to go at least down to 674. It's an over $3 move just waiting to be had. And you're saying all we have to do is be patient enough for it to hit 680, come back down? which it might not even have to perfectly hit 680. That's another big thing too. Don't expect every single level to be perfectly tested. I know a lot of the time you guys are like, oh my god, this level is perfect. Look how well it held, or look how well it broke. But honestly, you need to be reading the candlesticks around it, because they're not always going to perfectly touch a level or go to a level, right? Like, let's say, like compared to our larger time frame, you could compare it to this even. You know, I'm saying we should go to at least 680 today. You know, that's where we should go hit our head against. We don't have to perfectly hit 680, right? If we see some gapped up small body candle and then a gap down small body candle and then some weakness after that, like that would indicate to me, okay, it doesn't need to go to 680 now. It's gonna pull back. You're a human being. You can make a decision on the go, right? But don't change up anything you had set. Don't change anything. But yes, you are allowed to think for yourself and say, hey, okay, it doesn't need to go to 680 now. Even though that was my plan beforehand, it doesn't look like it needs to actually do that. You're allowed to think on the go. Just don't change the template of what you were planning around, right? I didn't delete 680. I didn't delete today's open. I didn't delete the 50% of the gap up. I didn't delete anything that's already there. Don't take anything away. But you are allowed to think on the go. You don't have to, sit in stone of what you said beforehand, but it is nice to at least have that template. So you have, again, context to go off of. You have the Candlestick Handbook as a live desktop wallpaper. I'm burning it into my visual memory, dog. Bro, you need to show me how to do that in like a video recording or something, because you have no idea how many people I've asked me how to do something like that. XLP is red too. Yeah, that one makes sense. Staples being red with tech going up and all these gap ups, that one's okay. That's allowed to be red. Which I'm honestly more surprised it's not more red. Like, I think that's kind of impressive it's not down more, considering how much tech, discretionary, and comms went up. Dollar General, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Costco, PG. Yeah, those are good ones. Money shifting from risk off to risk on. It seems like it so far. At least, and you got to remember when we're talking about this, I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about people who actually have a brain or smart money. It might even just be an algorithm that was set by some smart-ass company. Right? It doesn't always have to be like, oh, Dr. J is sitting in his chair right now, and he switched risk on. Risk on's on for Dr. J, everybody. Like, that's, I don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to be mean, but like, we're talking about the smart people who actually have enough money, and it's most of the time when I say smart money, it's probably companies of people. It's not some gamer in his room with the headset on, like, yo, guys, I'm moving the market. No. Not to attack Dr. J, anybody. We like Dr. J. What other charts are you guys looking at? I can, of course, switch around like I have been with some of the sectors and some of the top weights of the market, or even some of the different ETFs. But let me know what you guys are looking at. I'll, of course, take a gander, take a look around. If it's a top weight, you don't have to worry about it. I'll probably end up seeing it. Microsoft still going up, kind of like we thought. It did look like it. Holy shit, Apple. I was going to be totally cool if you didn't keep going up. I was going to be like, you know what? Whatever. You know, you did your thing. Microsoft looked like it had more to go. Also, in terms of larger time frames, Microsoft has more room to go than Apple. Apple's already kind of up there in the heavens. Nvidia being slowed down, though. That is a big one, guys. I don't think people truly understand how important Nvidia is nowadays. If you go to SPY, you go to the Analyze screen, you can see here Nvidia is actually 8%. That's kind of fucking nuts, guys. I mean, is that not absolutely nuts? This thing is 8% of SPY. Like, huh? That's a shit ton. That is a insane amount. Like, any more percentage, and you could almost just use Nvidia for direction. You're looking at Avgo? Ooh, good shit. Yeah, it's funny you say Avgo. I literally just short swing that last week in the chat. Good shit, dude. Yeah, we swung from here into this day. Big boy money. And then they did a lead test and gave another dip along with the SPY move. And now they're kind of doing the same thing, except they're not up as much as the rest of the tech sector. They only went up a little bit, and now they're already almost back down to their previous day high. So same bullish intention right there behind the Friday candle, but they didn't get as much from it as a lot of our other tech charts that we're seeing. Good looks. This is a good ticker. I like Avgo, as you can see. I like it a lot. It's just a bit expensive. Sometimes it is hard to pay for it. That's why I really only touch it every now and then, because I'm like, man, if I'm going to touch this expensive son of a gun, I better have the most clear 10 out of 10 setup I've ever seen in my life. You know, I almost need the setup to push me into the trade when I trade that ticker. By the way, guys, thank you for all the likes on the stream, and thank you guys for showing up. If you guys have any questions about anything about the levels or the plans or anything we would talk about in the stream or candlesticks or, you know, any of that cool stuff, anything about the strategy, the system, please feel free to throw it out or ask. Or just throw out whatever the hell you want to talk about. Avgo is more than Google. Didn't expect that. Is it actually? It is, yeah. What the hell? Even though I just clicked on the screen and I was looking, I didn't even recognize that, to be honest with you. I'm so used to Avgo being like a back 10 weight, like 9 or 10 or 11, like around here. I'm so used to them being like here or even more, you know, just from the old days. What's another one that we're not used to seeing in a different spot? Like, we're used to NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft being up here. Maybe not in this order, but like for the longest time, guys, I've always told people it's Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA. I've always said that order, and now it's NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft. So it's a little different there compared to, you know, five years ago or more. Honestly, the rest of these are pretty normal. And Netflix, I'm not used to it being this high up. Yeah, good eye. I didn't even notice that. That is pretty impressive. PONY. Oh, is that the AI stock everybody's been talking about? Pony AI or something? Yeah? Oh, okay. What do they actually even do? I haven't done any research, so I'm genuinely just asking you. What is Pony AI about? If you told me they were making robot horses, I'd believe you. No idea, just got it from a friend. Oh, that's a great sign. Let's see. Pony AI. Imagine. Oh, they're making autonomous vehicles. And they're actually located in all the right spots in the world. They're in Silicon Valley, Beijing, and this other name that I'm not going to say because I will just butcher it. But they got one in Beijing and they got one in Silicon. That's pretty big. Silicon Valley. I'd like to point out, by the way, above today's open, we do have a little bit of a short-term higher low and a more of a longer-term higher low right here now. In terms of like supply from high of day, you kind of need to pass the high to the open of that green candle. And then if this was going to go down, they kind of need to break that area there. So we'll see if that actually happens or not. To be honest with you, though, if you're someone who's a bear trying to catch like a move down, you really need to wait for this break. But some context before the break of this would also be like would also be nice for you. As a buyer, you're not really scared yet. You're still liking this because we got a nice higher open, and we have a good higher low of the higher open. So this kind of indicates that we should go up. I'm not saying that we will, but it says that we should towards 680. Any weakness here would indicate different. It would tell us that, okay, maybe this is time to tap out finally for the day. Maybe this finally does pull back. But so far, it doesn't look like it. I saw some people that were like so scared about that Trump news. They were like, oh my God, that dividend news is going to kill our markets. I'm like, what are you talking about? I've seen our markets gap up over dumber shit, let's be honest. So, not really surprised. Also, I don't understand the hate. When Obama or whoever else did it, whoever did the last like COVID checks, I don't remember who it was. It was before Trump. And then Trump did it. And now you have Trump wanting to do like a bigger check and people are freaking out. It's like, why didn't we freak out the first time? Why weren't we freaking out before, but we're going to freak out now? Not even trying to get political, but I'm just saying. It's a bit of a double standard. I don't truly know if it's good or bad, to be honest with you. Because it kind of just sounds like more money is getting fucking shot into our economy. How much more? I don't know. And how much of that is actually going to stay in rotation? Who actually effing knows? I'm not an AI. Yeah, I can see why people are like annoyed though. Don't get me wrong. Going to be great for short sellers and meme stocks. Yeah. Sounds inflationary. It honestly everything does these days. I don't understand. Our government keeps making these decisions like we're in a position of power when most of our consumers are struggling. I was going to say stressing and struggling in the same word, which honestly I should have. But yeah, I mean, I don't know most Americans, bro. They're pretty much all stressing and struggling. I don't know why our government keeps making these decisions like we're in a position of power right now. And I don't mean like military power. I mean like we don't have any money power. We don't have spending power. Bush did it. Yeah. No, I'm not saying like fuck Obama or fuck Trump. Like multiple presidents have done what Trump said he's going to do. Maybe not to that size, but there's a lot of presidents that have done that. So it's not like that's something to be like, oh, that's fucked up. But it is a little something to be worried about, though. It's like, why are we doing that? Also, why are we doing that when that's not our issue? Our issue is like interest rates and housing and so many other things. Like there's so many other things to be worried about, but we're worried about paying the consumers a dividend paycheck from the tariff bullshit. Like, okay. Let's not take care of our debt. Let's not take care of our consumers. Let's just make everybody short-term smile. Like, what? Again, I'm not trying to get political. I'm just saying like the whole putting all that money into consumers' pockets. Yeah, that's cool. I'm happy for people, but like it's also like what the fuck is our government doing? Like if that's what we're doing in the big 2025 right after a government shutdown too. It's pretty funny, but in the most sad, scary way ever. We'll see, though. As someone who likes to trade, though, I don't truly give a shit because the markets move pretty damn good with or without good or bad news. Like, I'm going to be dead ass with you guys. When the market is the most weird, or when the news and the economy is the most weird, that is when the market is moving the most. Like, I don't need to know who's benefiting from it or not. Like, I think we all can tell it's a little weird, but in terms of the stock market, like, bro, the gaps are still happening. There's no reason to complain as someone who likes to look at this stuff. Don't get me wrong. I do feel bad for people. It's like housing is kind of fucking insane right now. And people are like, yeah, but interest rates just came down. Yeah, what, like 0.25, 0.5? Like, what are we even talking about here? Did we just all forget how much it went up first? It's like, it's amazing to me. I see a lot of people make that argument too. They'll be like, well, interest rates came down recently, so everyone's doing better now. It's like, huh? Who the fuck are you talking to? Who are you polling? Who are you polling? Like, that's crazy. The 2024 deficit was 1.8 trillion, about $6,000 per person. Yeah, that is absolutely nuts. It doesn't sound that bad when you say per person. Like, that makes it sound so not that bad. I mean, don't get me wrong, 6K is a lot per person considering how many people we have, but that really like dumbs down how like bad that is. 1.8 trillion is a crazy number. 2 trillion. All right, so I'd like to point out, since I pointed out that higher low from open to this point here, we have also made a lower high from the high of day. So a lot of people like to sit here and be like, well, that's a bull flag. I mean, by definition, it's not actually, so don't listen to those idiots. It's actually a 50-50. You just probably think you're a little bit more bullish because you're on the top of a gap up or a move up. But in reality, you're not really focused on that anymore. You're kind of focused on this now, which, as you can see, that's 50-50. What the hell? And it honestly amazes me how many people will teach you that that is a bull flag. Like, I'd rather you even, like, go from the low to the high and be like, all right, I'm going off of that 50%. If it holds it, it's going up. If it breaks it, it's going down. Like, I'd rather you even do that than be like, yeah, that's a bull flag. It has to go up. Don't tell yourself that it has to do anything. You can have expectations. You can even have, you know, a prepped, you know, plan in front of you that says, I think it's going to do this, you know, all that good stuff. Just say you're kind of warmed up for it, but don't ever say that it has to do this or has to do that. It has to do that. That's per person. Probably need to double the number for taxpayers. Yeah. Predicting versus reacting, exactly. Like, it's good to be like prepped and be like, all right, I kind of have a set template in your head, but not dedicating yourself to it has to be perfectly to this exact plan that I set hours ago to the exact set. Like, that's just a little too much. But yeah, that's a better way of putting it. Predicting versus reacting. And you can have, like I said, you can have expectations, and what I meant by that is like you could be like, if it rejects this, I expect it to pull back to at least the today's open. And that makes sense because that's where the most, you know, key short-term level is right now. If it was to come back down, like, that makes sense. Like, that's a good expectation. But I wouldn't sit here and be like, it has to go perfectly touch the level to the exact cent, damn it. You know? You don't want to put yourself in that position. What is this music YouTube is shoving in my ear? Bro, has YouTube felt weird for anybody, by the way? Like, my algo has been really weird. Sometimes when I go check, like, my watch history, it'll even count the videos that I'm scrolling over but haven't actually clicked on. It'll count that in my watch history. It's getting really weird. And then my algo is weird as fuck. Like, one day I get, like, this exact one type of video everywhere. And then some days, like today, I get, like, a shotgun of just all kinds of videos. And I am honestly impressed. Like, I'm just trying to find a song to listen to right now. Can't even find one. Yeah, YouTube's been weird. At least for me lately. That was a good yawn. All right, let me check Discord for a second, see if the house is on fire or not. The first message I see is Kevo saying, I can't stop buying bull. They might have to put me on the board at this point. That's actually that's actually funny as fuck. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd rather buy bull than asset and beyond. At least they have a product and a potential, unlike others. Good post by D-Touch as well. He stays updating Microsoft. All right, look like we're all good in there. House is not on fire in the Discord. Not really much to update. Nothing's really changed from what we talked about. Kind of just looking to see what happens here since we're still holding a higher low above the higher open, indicating we have even more bullish context to say, hey, why aren't we going up more? And if we aren't going to go up more, where is our sign of weakness to stop us? We haven't really seen that yet either. We saw one slowdown here, just to show you with my cursor. Saw one slowdown here with the lower high to kind of indicate something. But technically, we're still holding a good higher low on a higher open. It's really weird, too, because this is like the third time in the last, 2 months, I think, where my, plan for the week, where I posted on Sunday, where I talk about upside targets and, where it could go for the week, if it was to go up or if it was to go down. 680 was, my main target for the week if we went up. And the fact that we're already doing that for the third time, this is, the third time that we've done that on a Monday in the last 2 months, where we just blow through everything and hit that first thing. And then the rest of the week is either consolidation or a pullback or in opposite cases in case we pulled back first. But you know what I meant. Possible new high of day happening here. See if it happens. Also still seeing the XLK. They're still up over 6.5. XLY is still up. Staples and energy didn't get worse. Banks did get worse a little bit. Everything's still green though. Even healthcare is up. And they never go up when tech goes up. They like to be that annoying, brother or sister that just, never want to go the same way everyone else is going. And even they're going the same way today, so. It's a great day on SPY. Of course, most of it's from the higher open, but still. Also, a little nuts to see us have a 1.2% day on a chart that's $680. Very, very big move. Still no new high of day. Of course, they let me say that just to not do it. I might have cursed 679.20. Make sure to drop a like on the stream if you guys haven't already. Whatever you're looking at, please feel free to share. If you're in the Discord, post your results or any reviews you may have, whether it's from last week or from today. And there is our second sign of weakness. This isn't our first, but our second rejection of 679s again. We'll see if this red candle that's right here right now will actually close under or not, but just kind of seeing how it is now. Got the second slowdown sign, but can you get the pullback to go with it? Which, again, if you were to pull back from here under this area, you kind of have the meat of this right here, and then you have your today's open. Just if you want to have two areas there on your chart, that's what I would be watching if this does pull back more. And then, of course, if it doesn't, we end up holding either of these two areas and we get another bounce. Awesome. Not really that shocking on the back end of a huge gap up. Here to drop the thumbs up for Diddy. For Diddy? I appreciate that, React. Hope you have a great day, brother. Thank you for taking the time to come do that. Real as fuck. Oh, daddy. Oh, okay. That's a little bit more acceptable. Diddy, that would have been wild. I'm here on Diddy's behalf. Like, what? That's funny. Hope you have a good day and week. You too as well, man. Feel free to share anything you do this week in the chat if you get time. Maybe at night or something. Got a lot of cool people. Bro is having the greatest Monday ever. Going to play golf today thanks to my Hard Rock winnings. Honestly, you deserve it. Never forget, money isn't real, it's just fun coupons. That is true. Mr. Josh, why do women have shorter feet than men? I have no idea. If I have ever come across you as being intelligent, you are sorely mistaken. I have no idea. Biology? I don't know. Yo, React, have fun, dude. Seriously, I hope you kill it at the golfing. I was gonna say at the Hard Rock, and then I was like, wait, he already He already destroyed Hard Rock. What do you play at the Hard Rock when you play? To get closer to the... I'm not saying that. I got women in here I respect. I sports bet like a psycho. I could respect that. Some parlays and shit, I respect it. I thought you were going to be like, bro, I can't get my hand off the slots. Nah, I'm just kidding. I know nothing and I can prove it. Well, there's some sign of intelligence there. If you could prove it. That's funny. Blackjack is my card game, though. Dude, slot machines are the worst. Yeah, I haven't even been to a casino, and I would just assume slots are the absolute worst. Blackjack, though, that's pretty cool. Nice and simple. Nothing crazy. Very cool, though, React. Very cool. What sports do you bet on? Or just everything? I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm not trying to bore y'all out, but I guess this was kind of expected at the Open, considering how much we went up. But it's still good to go through the procedure and the prep, because what if you go through a day that didn't gap up that much, or a day that did gap up a ton and did get extra follow-through after that? Like, it's good to at least be ready or understand how to attack that kind of a day, because I would still do everything I just covered in this stream. It just sucks we didn't get to move outside of literally anything. We just kind of went up, which is what we thought would happen early part of this week. It just sucks it happened already. For anybody who's not already in a trade or anything. Because I chilled. After I shorted last week, I chilled. I was like, I'm done. Because I know if I kept looking at charts, I would have fucked up my profits. I would have stopped shorting because I would have been like, oh, I'm already done. Because in my head, it already happened. But in the market, it still probably has another 2 or 3 days. I would have Michael Burried the shit out of that trade. UFC is my bread and butter, then NFL, baseball, then basketball. Bro, that's actually a vibe. UFC is nice. Well, good shit, React. Make sure to drop like one cool educational futures post this week in the futures channel. I know it wasn't your responsibility anyway, but I like trust you more. This price action is like The Shining. We know some shit is going to go down, but we have to wait 2 hours for anything interesting to happen. That's actually super factual. When you said The Shining, honestly, I was thinking of that, what's the movie with the prisoner? And that didn't really help y'all at all. With the prisoner, and he's got like magic powers or something. Like he's an angel or something. I never remember the name of the movie because the name of the movie does not match in my head what it should be called. But it does make sense because they have that hallway that's like a long hallway. Green Mile, yeah, y'all are smarter than me. The Green Mile, yeah. Y'all knew what I meant, though. The prisoner that was an angel. What the hell is he saying? Yeah, Green Mile, y'all know. That's what when I read The Shining, that's what I thought of, too. I don't know why. Gotta wait hours for some cool shit to happen, or for him to get his revenge on that guy that worked in the prison who fucked up that other guy that he was kind of friends with short term. The guy that owned the rat, or The Mouse or whatever it was. That was a weird ass movie. I remember I didn't see that for the first time until like I think the beginning of this year, end of last year. And I remember I had been like dodging it for the longest time because everybody had told me it was really good, but in my head, like I did the whole judge a book by a cover thing, and I just kept thinking it was just a straight up like prison movie. And I was like, bro, I've already seen Alcatraz, I've seen all these other fucking prison, I've seen them all. But then I watched it and I was like, holy shit. And I was still just mind blown. I watched that movie so late and I was still like, holy crap, that is so good. Plus, it had Tom Hanks in it. Who doesn't like a little bit of Tom Hanks? Bro, that movie era was crazy, actually. Is that... Let's see. The Shining came out in 1980. Green Mile came out in 1999. Never mind. Those are not even close. That came out in 1999. That's nuts. It feels so much older than that. Watching the 15 Deceived Spy is going to do this pullback and give us a new high. See if this pullback can give us a new high. Obi on the 15. It's funny because these are just like some breathing candles. These really didn't do anything. Like for these to be bearish, you need a follow through candle to follow them. This isn't bearish by itself. It's like it coughed. This is like a cough. This is like a smaller cough. Good looks by Guarded on the 15. Honestly, I like that you and React always remind that stuff because I think all of us need to be constantly reminding each other, yo, zoom out, yo, zoom out, yo, zoom out, yo, zoom out. Just to remind ourselves, yo, this isn't everything. Like, I still kind of have the same picture as Garden, but it is nice to zoom out and still just double confirm that, even if it is the same thing. And then there's going to be days where we don't have the same thing, and it's like, well, what the hell? And then you go to the 15, you're like, oh my God, it's so much more clear. So everybody needs to be reminding each other, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Mr. Jingles, bro. The Shining, though, I need to rewatch that. I haven't seen The Shining in a while, which is a good thing. You shouldn't watch The Shining too much. Like, you'd probably be very bored of watching it. It's not one of those movies I think you could just watch a shit ton. You gotta let it, like, season itself back out so you can watch it again. Because it's good. 1980 is crazy, too, by the way. That movie being that good from 1980. 45 years old. Where were you in 1980? I wasn't even potentially being born yet. Get the big picture, stay back and see it all. Man, I'm not going to lie, Mike. It is so nice seeing your name, by the way. I forgot to tell you that. And I saw your name in the Discord a couple days ago, and then I saw it here again in the stream. I had like an extra like shroud of comfort cover me, you know? Like when a dog has its owner come back home. Like an extra level of comfort just hit. Zooming out keeps me from switching from bullish to bearish too fast. That's a big thing too, Garden. I'm glad you said that in that exact way, because that's a very clear way to think about it. You know, if you ever think about that, like if you're ever switching from bear to bull that quick on something, you better have a fucking damn good reason, and you better not be doing that too much. And if you ever catch yourself doing it repetitively or in an amount where you're like, wow, why am I doing this so much? You know, you notice you're doing it a lot. That's kind of a problem. That's over trading. On top of also what you said, changing trend too much. Like, you probably don't even actually have a grip on trend if you're having to switch sides so much. I would also like to point out, and I don't give a fuck about views, but you guys need to watch these two videos because it's what we go over in every stream, basically. These two videos right here. This is like a part 1 of this. Is like a part 2, kind of. Same stream, I think, too. But it literally just covers those same key levels. I think, and every time I talk to somebody from chat, and they're like, Bueller, how do you have like a clear sign of where price is most likely going. And I tell them that too. I'm like, I'm not perfect. I'm gonna mess up a lot too, but I am a lot more times than not. I am right a lot more times than not, on direction at least. And it's because I just go off of the same levels every time, right? Even if my chart is different, right? I could delete this chart and still get the same key levels to help myself, right? Even if I don't end up with these dotted lines, I don't end up with this level or this level, right? I just have today's levels. You should still have today's open. You should still have the gap up 50%. You should still have previous day 50%, which isn't really helping you at all today right now, but it's still good to have it on there. You know, even just those like small levels will give you direction. And it is as simple as, oh, I'm above 2 of those 3 levels. Okay, well, probability says I should go up then. Oh, I'm below all 3 of those levels. Okay, well, probability says we should go down. And notice how I'm saying should. I'm not saying that it will. I'm saying that it should. I expect it should go towards. You know, you got to talk that way to yourself too, because if you don't, you're going to be sitting there getting all pissed off like, well, fuck, I grabbed calls. Why didn't it go up $2 like I said it would? Well, jackass, because it doesn't have to go there. That's why you also have to set risk for yourself. If you lose those same key levels, why are you still sitting in calls? If you gained those levels, why are you still sitting in shorts? You know, it's like, you're literally setting yourself up for failure when you're ignoring levels that you literally told yourself you're bullish from. But because you're only talking about bulls, you're not talking about how it could break. You don't also set it as a risk level for yourself to get out in case you're wrong. And I think that's where I see some traders slip. And it's like, dude, why didn't you mark today's open? And then they start marking it more and more for like 2 weeks. And they're like, dude, my trades are getting better. And then they fall off again. It's like, dude, where's your halfway point? Oh, I got to add that too? What? Like, I'm not mad at them, but it's just like, you got to just add those key levels, and they happen every day. It's not rocket science. I'm not going to sit up here and say that it's hard to mark these levels. It's not. I've never once acted like, oh, I'm gatekeeping such great levels. Like, yeah, we do have great levels, but it's not just the levels. It's how you use the levels, the context behind them that you use to make them better levels. Anybody can mark these, but can they use them correctly? And it's kind of fun stacking like probabilities in your head, because that's the same thing that we do in with our sectors here. It's like a big pie in our head. Like SPY is a big pie, and these are like the slices of the pie. We know that XLK is the biggest slice of the pie. So if this slice of the pie is going up a bunch, and every other sector is just flat, right? In your head, SPY is going up, right? Now let's say tech is going up and the rest of these are all going down. The market's probably going down very slowly because it doesn't have the biggest piece of the pie to go with it, you know. And it's that kind of simple-minded thinking that can help you. It's just stacking probabilities. That's all you're doing. And you're never gonna be 100%, right? You could be 95% sure something's gonna happen, but you'll never be 100%. There is no such thing as 100% certainty. Not in the stock market. At least not from where you and me are sitting. We don't run programs that buy and sell orders and all that stuff to people. Like, we're not a market maker. We're not an algorithm. Also, again, just to remind everybody, like, option trading should, again, only be a side of what you're doing. Right? The bulk of what you should be doing is owning things, investing into shares, owning companies, stuff like that. Options should be salad to you. This is something you do a very minimal amount outside of all that. Some people hear that and they're like, well, fuck this guy, he's boring. But that's the truth. Like, you shouldn't be option trading as a majority of what you're doing. It's a tool. My bad, I'm reading YouTube chat again. I just went to a wedding this summer in Estes Park, had breakfast at the hotel it was made at. The maze is not that big? Oh, really? Bro, in the movie, they had you think if I fucking was in the middle of that thing, I would definitely get lost. Which I remember the first time I saw The Shining, I was like, man, if I was ever in that maze and something popped out of the bushes at me, I would flip shit. And then I remember later on in the movie, like a skeleton or something comes out of one of them. Oh, hoo, hoo, hoo. I think one of them envisioned it. I don't think it actually happened. I think one of them were, going crazy. But still, that would have freaked me the F out. The only horror or suspense I like is Final Destination 1 and 2. Wow, really? I won't lie. When you only see one of them, you're like, these are mid. But when you see them all, you're like, okay, these are actually pretty good. Passed the UPS driver training with flying colors. Oh, by the way, Mike, speaking of UPS, you actually, I mean, you weren't here for it when I did it, but you actually helped me get some big plays on these. I caught this last move and held it for like 4 or 5 days for the chat. And I was calling out like shares and stuff for this. And where's my best shit ever watch list? Here it is. We had UPS there. We had Fig, of course, because this is like the next Adobe. We had Target, of course, which they're also back down. Lamb Weston, of course, because I'm a huge Lamb Weston fan. PayPal, we like them. Bull, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm still liking Bull. I know that a lot of people are going to be like, why the fuck are you guys still talking about this? And I'll be honest with you, for the exact same reason I said way back here, I liked it because not a lot of people were talking about it. Ever since this shit went up, everybody's been talking about it. We're back down where a lot of people aren't talking about it again. So I think we're going to return back up again over time. It's just going to take its sweet-ass time now because it had a lot more exposure than I think it needed. Rivian also, shout out Matty Ice. Rivian's kind of kicking ass right now. But yeah, Mike, you led to a huge play on UPS for me. I can't remember if we entered this day or if it was this day, but we held through, I think I held through that day, and then we made it to this candle. And I was very happy about that. Because my whole thing was like, it kept bouncing off of this. And I was like, so let's just buy it. This is like the third time it's doing it. And then we just held. But yeah, that was all from Mike. Mike always gave us a shit ton of insight on UPS. And honestly, he kind of told me about it in the 80s when it was like down here. And he was like, yo, this is kind of crazy that it's down here. So I just had it on watch ever since then. It led to a really nice play. It even went up to 100 already. That's the craziest shit ever. I thought it was going to take a lot longer. Back to what you said, though. Get the pictures first. I relate every driving rule to the market. I mean, if it fits. Be prepared to expect the unexpected. Do 401s and pensions count as something other than? I'm not sure, to be honest. I forgot what we were talking about. Spy is putting you to sleep. Yeah, I'm trying to find other shit to talk about. I hope you're doing good, by the way, King Carnage. Good to see you, as always. That's what I'm here for. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. I wanted to give you credit where it was due. I did give you a shit ton of credit even when you weren't here, but I wanted you to know. Give you that stamp of, yo, you're a badass. I like those plays too, because a UPS ticker I know is like boring to so many people. So I know that we can get into a play where we can hold it a lot longer. Like whereas like AMD, I'm like, I don't want to hold that for more than 2 days. Tops, you know? Tops. That's wishful thinking. And if it helps you guys, I mean, I don't do it because I just like to leave as many levels off the chart as I can. But if it helps you guys, you should be marking every high and low as you can. Like, so like here's our starting point. Here's the high that we can't get past. They came back down. Here's the meat of the low that we can't get past. You can see they're kind of just stuck between these 2 points. So if it helps you guys, you should be trying to mark your highs, your lows, and your higher lows, your lower highs even. You know, because we did kind of struggle like right here. So if that helps you guys too, please feel free to draw as many levels as you need to at least track your highs and lows outside of a lot of our more key levels. And if it helps you, you could even do this. I don't know about on TradingView or anything else. I'm sure you can do this though. But you can make your levels thicker. So if you're like, this is the most key level I want to watch, like make it thick as fuck. But if it's just like a normal level you have as like a lower high or a higher low like I drew for this one, just leave it as a thin level. If that helps you. You know, just so you remember what has the highest priority. Come together like Voltron with the shoulder missiles. That was Iron Man before Iron Man, let's be honest. And Voltron, man. You just would randomly see that shit on, like, I don't even know what network you'd see that on TV when I was a kid. You would just see it online randomly, or on the TV late as fuck or early in the morning. You'd, like, sleep in the living room and you'd see Voltron on randomly. It's like, whoa. That 1015 area of resistance corresponds to the pre-COVID high. Coincidence? I think not. From Incredibles. Now that's a good note because I remember in my head I had 100 as like a level where I was like, all right, if it hits this, chill out. Like, don't think it can keep going yet. And if it does, then whatever. But I'd rather be small wrong than big wrong. I'm glad you said 10150 because I was genuinely just keeping 100 in my head as like, okay, once it hits this, chill out. I'm not going to short it either, but I'm not going to sit there and keep longing it. I still have some shares from that too because honestly, I really liked it down there in the 80s, so I'm going to hold those long term. But the options trades, we'll definitely keep those more short term. But I would like to catch another dip buy on UPS. Plus, with UPS, that was perfect timing because tech was like pulling back and all those sectors looked like they wanted to go up. So UPS was like, had a multitude of reasons to go up at that point in time. But now we can see again, because if tech pulls back on larger time frames, which that's not really happening right now, we could look at another similar trade like that, like a sector rotation type swing. But on a stock that we like, on a stock that's actually in a good risk-reward spot for like dip buying. But that might not be for another couple days. Might not even be till next week. Can't really jump to conclusions yet because we are on a gap up. Cannot argue with the strength of the buyers. Plus, tech is still up over $6 for the day. And then Triple Q's up 11 right now. And that's just nuts. 100 is a nice psych level. All right, good. It's an easy one to remember, too. It's really easy for my simple-minded brain. I can remember 100. What else is on the YouTube channel? I put up those 2 videos that were already member videos, but what else? Oh, this one's honestly kind of a gem. If you have the membership on the channel, or if you're in the Discord, like if you're a member in there, it's in the Trading Videos channel. But this video here is really, really cool because it's literally exactly like this video. I like to make these videos a lot because it's literally just a template of my most watched video on my channel. People really, really fuck with. Holy shit, that graphic is 144p. Yeah, that looked like it. But it's kind of cool looking at like candle to candle analysis because you can even see all the way back here. Like, how old is this? Over 4 years ago. If I was to draw a fib from here to here, I almost promise this is holding the 50%. Like, it's cool the things we've learned from here to now, but we're still using the same shit. Like, we haven't changed any of that up. So, kind of cool. But yeah, the candle by candle analysis videos, people really like these a lot. I guess I'm going over volume as well. This is when I was rocking light blue candles. What the hell was I thinking? These are my favorite videos to do too, because it's literally just telling the story of the chart, and I feel like I also get something out of it instead of just, oh, I'm making a video for people. Like, no, I feel like I actually get a good rep out of it mentally. Not even if you take volume out of this, you could still come up with the same conclusion just based off highs and lows. It's crazy. Because you can see, like, here's a high. It got past it, and then that's the same high that it broke under. If you take a fib from the high from here to here, since it triggered breaking that level, that would be your high to take it from. I bet that's the 50%. Like, it's right under it, or that's the 50%. Like, it's giving you a lead test. This is a lead test right here. And then you have another one right here. And then you have another one right here. And I'm sure there's even more, but at that point, you're like probably trying to chill out after shorting it so many times. Or for that period of time. Yeah, those are my favorite videos to make. So definitely check out that candle review. It's like a 12-day ago post on the YouTube channel or in the Discord if you have access. But guys, ever since the breakdown of 678.22, we haven't really seen this slow down yet. I see a good kind of like sandwich candle here, and then you got a good bearish hammer to follow it to kind of indicate, yes, this is still seller control. So now we're kind of like at this higher low right above the open. Again, like I said, you could draw these for yourself and have them all over your screen. Just don't make them thick levels so you don't trick yourself into thinking that you should trade off of these levels all the time. You really want to focus on priority from like this level, or even from like the breakdown of this area here where they came up and rejected it here. Like, you want to trade from here or an open range, quick scalp from here, but you don't want to be too late to the party where you're like, all right, I'm going to short from here to here. It's like, bro, you're on the tail end of the move. So that's why you want to remind yourself, what are the key levels, like rejecting from here or holding this, like this is what you want to trade from. All these other levels are, yes, they're nice to have, they're nice, good guidance, but you don't want to flood your chart too much, because then you'll forget which ones are the most important levels, So if you are going to add all these levels, like I said, you could definitely make your higher priority levels a lot thicker, or at least more noticeable, to be like, hey, this is your more important level. Can I go over the lead test in stream? Yeah, we can. Actually, there might be one on today's chart. So let me kind of just go over it naked first, and then we could, I guess, try to find one. I don't like to just try to find examples, though, because if it isn't something I didn't cover live, it just doesn't feel right. So I'm going to just show you the naked template first, and then you're almost witnessing one here right now on SPY. You just don't have a break of a super crazy level, right? If it was like breaking this level, but we'll go over that. I'll try to leave SPY over here, though, in case something does happen while I'm covering this. So let's say this is your high priority level. This is like your big key level, ALST. And anybody who's listening, please feel free to throw questions in while I'm going through this. But the lead test is actually super simple. It's actually pretty much the exact same as the buy the dip trade. So on your buy the dip trade, when price comes down, it makes its impulse move, it holds, it goes back up. Like, you're trying to catch the risk reward of it holding this as a higher low. Therefore, you have clear risk if it fails or you see weakness pop up. You have good risk because you're not going to lose a lot. You're going to lose a very small amount, or you're going to make a good amount because you're, again, at a good part of the chart because you're focused on that high priority level. So same thing here. So let's say we have I'll even talk about it moving up first, because you see that a lot first before lead test. The lead test is almost always off the back end of a move, but if you are seeing like a new low of day, this is also possible. So you could spot these in either scenario. I just like to cover this one because it's a little bit more difficult. But let's say we start here and then we break this level. This is our like key level, right? If I break this level, right, a lot of people are looking for like information under this level. Well, at least in my chat are. They're going to be looking like for this, right? But how do you accurately find, the bearish part of that to reject from, right? You get your fib. So if I make a move down and then this moves back up and rejects level, that's cool. But what if there is no level there? Like I'm just kind of out here in the open like this, right? You need to go from your high. But again, your trigger is what, Alice? Your trigger needs to be if it actually breaks the level, right? Or breaks something that you're looking to see, break your high priority level. So if it's breaking something, or let's say even we have some higher lows right here, right? It's holding, and then it breaks, right? It doesn't always perfectly come up to this level as much as you and me would love it to, right? I would love for it to do that every time, but it's just not. So how do we mark that accurately without making shit up with a fib? So we go from our high. After the trigger, of course, it has to break the level. So you go from the high to the low before it starts bouncing. Or I mean, when it's bouncing, you see like a bullish hammer appear. You see like a green candle appear, or even just a doji. A single candle doji could even be just a single candle retest, but that just kind of goes back to your retest video. But a retest is essentially just a midterm retest to the downside. So it bounces, it does its thing. You're looking to trade around this. Is it going to perfectly touch it every time? No. So in this case, we can use our key level and our 50% to give us an area of where this could give us a lower high. And this is where you get your lead test. So once you find all of that, then you can zoom down to like your 1 minute or whatever smaller time frame you like. And you could try to find like a bearish hammer here. You could try to see a gapped up small body candle into like an evening star. You could try to see just anything bearish pop up in this area. And that's your entry. Because you already have the trigger that it's breaking. You have the trigger that it's potentially building a lower high. And now you're giving yourself an entry here because you're giving yourself good risk reward. If it goes back up and you see this area start to break back up, you have a clear sign of, oh, I'm wrong. Let me get the fuck out. And if it stays under this, well, then you just keep holding. Gets down to this recent low, you can trim most of your position or even some of it. And then you can try to see if it makes that new low or not. Which, if it does make that new low, the extrinsic value of your contract skyrockets. Because it's not expecting a new low yet, right? So the quotes on your contract pay out really well. That's why we like the gamma. You get your gamma boost there. So it's basically just a midterm retest, but flipped on its head. Just to remind everybody what a midterm retest is. Let's say you have a move, like let's say you have a good level right here. Or wait, I'll just use this. You have a good level right here. It breaks the level. Are you going from the candle to the high to get your 50%? Or are you going from the break of the level to the high to get your 50%? Because you don't do it the same way. In this instance, you go from the level to the high. And then you look for it to hold this area. Therefore, if it doesn't go back to this obvious level of, oh, let me get that full-on retest, because you're not always going to get that. Sometimes they do it from the 50%. And that's why we like those the most, because they're hidden. Not everybody's going to be able to spot those or see those in real time. Because not everybody's marking a fib or has the same levels drawn like you and I do. Sorry, I was trying to leave SPY on the right, or on the left side, but I ended up drawing too much. Let me remove this and we'll see what SPY's doing real quick. And then we'll go over some more if you want. Yeah, it is still breaking down shit. I wasn't paying attention. But you kind of had one happen right there. This one isn't one that you would like draw a fib with. It's just like obviously seeing it. But like, you know how we drew this level when we were saying this is like kind of where they're holding. And we need to see this break for any more short-term weakness to show up. You kind of had one pop up here, between here and here. It was just very quick. Because they rejected under a level we were looking for a potential lower high. And you had your trigger. They created lower highs up here, then they broke a level. It's just not today's open, so it's not the most important level. But it's headed towards probably the most important level of the day. So if they reject here, right, well, not that. If they reject this, they should go down here. If they hold this, they should just keep bouncing between this until they break this high. If we don't ever see that break. Since today's open is a level daily emerging to 24, can we use that? It's a breaking. I don't think you caught what I was saying. So, Like today's open, Alst, is always a key level. So even if your emerging candle didn't line up with that, I would say yes, because this is your most important level of the day. Your today's open. This is probably your second most important level, but it's way down here. These two levels right here. We only knew this was a key area because they came up, made a high, and then since then they haven't broken it. So that's why I just have kept that marked as a potential slowdown. This could have just as easily been used as a bounce pad for going up more. I'm just using my 1 minute high supply. But does that make sense? Your today's open is your most important level. Because you said since today's open is a level alongside a daily emerging, like it doesn't even matter if it's alongside that. Like just the fact that it's today's open is good enough. The fact that it lines up with that increases that, I would say. I'd be like, oh wow, that's crazy. Like a daily emerging lines up with our today's open. That's kind of nuts. That's a super, super important level. I've drawn this chart like 50 different ways, and you should always get 680, 677, and 674. You should be getting all three of these levels no matter how you draw the chart. I've gotten it literally on every chart. Look, 674, 677, 680. 680, 677, 674s. I've drawn this chart 500 different ways, and I've gotten the same three levels every time. These are the most three important levels on our screen right now. Outside of your today's open. But I just wanted to show you that too. Like I've drawn this chart 400 different ways, and I'm getting the same three levels every time. If you guys don't have those three levels, you're not drawing your chart any way we draw them in my chat. Those three levels should be on your chart no matter what. 677, somewhere around 680, and somewhere around 674. Because I think the exact level is 673.95. But like these three have been here already. I'm just redoing the chart to kind of make it a little bit more clean for the stream, so people could focus on just the key levels. Because if I showed the chart that has like every level on this would freak people out. Because there's actually a level here, there's a level here. There's like a level every other dollar almost. But the important ones are like this one, this one, this one. And you can see we're under one, we're breaking under the next with room to the third. So right now you should be thinking, okay, as long as we're under 677, we should go down to 674, whether it's today, tomorrow, Wednesday, it doesn't matter. Also, we already have context that 680, and I'll pull it up on the stream. We already have context that 680 is resistance, right? We've been going over it as support for weeks now. Let me go to a post where it was support first. See, it's already resistance in this post. Jesus. Look at us, man. That was when we were like, all right, slowdown is very possible. It is potentially possible soon. Should see some slowdown soon. And then it became support. You could see support here, 680, 680. The next day fell, 680. You can see it held 680. That's the Avgo swing, J&J. And then here we said it's still technically holding for buyers in the for the daily time frame, but 680 is the short-term trigger for downside on all time frames. Daily time frame, 5 minute, 1 minute, 15, 30 minute. I don't care what time frame. 680 is a bearish trigger. And then guess what? The next day we ended up breaking it. And then since that move under 680. We rejected it once from that same day. You can see here in this post. Still holding bullish technically from this post. Break of 680, not a good sign. We saw that we opened it and a bearish hammer under. So now you're like, okay, fuck. Now we should be breaking these new lows. And then we did. We just honestly had a buffer day and then a dump day and then another dump day. And then this day at the end of the day pulled back up. Midday, end of day, however you want to sum that up. And now we're kind of dealing with, oh, well, we're down going up. Okay, well, let's go back up to the same level that we literally had as support, and then we turned it to resistance. So now we're kind of in that seat. But we just did that. We almost went up to 680 already today. We already kind of went up and bumped our head again today. So this pullback here, very expected. And honestly, super easy to see because it's not like it just went up and then down. Like, it went up, consolidated, created lower highs, then it gave you a clear breakdown of the high a day, then it gave you the break of the higher low. So it's like you had kind of a early on trigger, early on context, and then you kind of got your like, all right, nail in the coffin. This should go down to today's open at the very least. So let me know if anybody needs help on that, but that was pretty self-explanatory. And honestly, you're not going to get a day like this every day. That's why I try to tell people in my chat, like, space out when you're trading. You shouldn't be trading every day. I mean, you guys can do whatever you want. I can't tell you what to do, but I just think based on, like, timings, too. Like, imagine you had 2 days of amazing trades. Are you really expecting to have a third day where it just definitely gives you everything that you want? I'm not saying you should cancel out all expectations, but you should definitely at least understand, like, okay, the probability of me having another amazing session on the market. Not you personally, but, like, the market giving you a good day. Like, imagine if you took the day off and then that Thursday you came back and it was amazing again. Like, you're still on your hot streak and you did it all while being patient enough to be able to wait a day out. So sometimes even just missing 1 or 2 days in the week or every other week is fine, because like you honestly do need to kind of like chill out and kind of give yourself those timings in between trades, not just for yourself but for the market. Berkshire B grinding back towards 500 going into Buffett's retirement with all-time high of dry powder, aka cash. Dude, that is nuts. Yeah, his retirement's pretty historic, is going to be historical. I'm not surprised it's going up, though. Good for them. I'll never forget that one deal, though. The Activision Microsoft deal. I mean, that had to have been the most bullshit trade I've ever seen in my life. You're good, Alst. And honestly, there's tons of great spots for you to check that out as well if you want further context on that. Because we can go over more if you want. I'm happy to go over more if you want. But definitely check out trading videos in the VIP section. By the way, SPY is still dumping. And I'm very happy about this because, like, I can sit here and look at this and be like, even if you traded this or even if you didn't trade this, like, we literally sat here and talked about if this level here breaks, it should go down to at least today's open. If today's open breaks, it should go down more. Right? So I'm happy to at least sit here and be patient enough to sit through this because we went up so much already to catch this. Like, to catch, like, a small move, whether it's from here to this, whether it's from here to here, whether it's you catching a quick end of day, you know, quick end of move scalp, whatever it is, like, there was 2+ opportunities on that. You could even say 3. TOS is broken right now. It's not updating charts. Since today's open is a level. I already read that. I'm going to rewatch that part of you talking. I already read that. It'll be interesting to see Berkshire starts to deploy cash. Yeah, I wonder where they're going to start buying first. Because you know it's going to be some interesting... Because I'll be honest with you, I think a lot of people are going to expect the people behind him to not succeed. But I actually think the people behind Buffett are probably just as smart as him. Because he hyped them up in this one interview a long time ago. That's why I remember the Activision deal, because when they made money on it, the reason that Buffett didn't get in trouble was because Buffett wasn't part of the deal. So if that is actually the truth, taking all hate and bias out of it, that means the guys behind Buffett are probably really, really, really smart and are actually super prepared to catch some different stocks that you and me are probably not ready for. So I think the people behind Buffett are probably more prepared than a lot of people think they are. Or maybe they do. Maybe they also believe that they'll do great. But I don't think Berkshire is going to do anything bad, though. I think they'll continue to kill it in the general sense. And I only know that because of the different interviews I've seen. And it's just like, they seem to hype up these guys pretty big. And I don't see Buffett hype up shit like that at all. I say hype up. I mean like in a mature manner. Like, he's not like sitting there literally hyping them up. I should have caught a trade on the midterm retest under CDO 1 minute chart. Yeah, 5 minute chart wasn't updating, so I missed a clean entry. Yeah, I mean, if you have issues with your brokers, guys, don't fucking push it. There's more days in the market. Don't feel frustrated. Trust. But if you're a little frustrated, it's okay. I can understand that. It would be a little annoying to see something set up for you. You have faith in it and then not be able to enter it. Or like Letterbuck, you get caught in like an amazing trade and you're up like a shit ton and you just can't exit it yet. that was pretty hectic. But yeah, I saw Cheap Tastic mention it. It looks like Alst Garden are both mentioning it. I also see someone in the trade floor mentioning it, Devontae. Again, just a reminder, if your broker is buggy right now, don't press the issue. There are always more days in the market. Hey, good rep though, Devontae. Even though you kind of missed out because your thing was frozen, still a good rep. There are also other platforms. That is true. Not everybody has multiple, though. Some people like to just get their one and stick with it. I think Buffett has high confidence in Greg Abel to implement his strat. You know, Buffett will be looking over his... Oh, yeah, 100%. Even though he's retiring, he's not, like, going to retire in his head. He'll probably still be... Not managing, but he'll definitely still be, like you said, looking over his shoulder. Which, honestly, that's probably good. It'll probably smooth the transition over as well. But from what I've already seen, the transition already happened a while ago. And Buffett has already been hands-off for a while, doing the whole look-over-the-shoulder thing. So it seems like they've already been preparing for this for a while, which is good for them. But yeah, I'm super interested what couple of their first picks are going to be. When they start deploying that liquidity, where is it going? Because they're going to find some stock that we all have right under our nose. We're going to be like, what the fuck? Why was I not buying this? There's probably already a bunch on their plate right now that they're just ready to just launch on. That's why it's good to not just trade all the time. It's good to go look around a bunch, too. Because you can find sectors where you're like, whoa, why is this not going up yet? Like, if the market's going up, you know, and you find something that's not, it's like, okay, why isn't this? So just a fun little learning experience, too. Be sure to drop a like on the stream, by the way, guys, if you haven't already. I do appreciate it already, getting over 25 likes. Appreciate that. Pretty good breakdowns in the stream today so far. If you guys have anything else you want me to go over, feel free to. Alst, right now I'm trying to find those videos for you. I know there's a bunch in the trading videos, but I don't want to just tell you to go there and you just be scrolling. Here, let me go to my YouTube channel. Honestly, there's a lot of videos on Discord. I labeled them pretty well, but it's still a lot to look through. I was going to say, I thought I had a whole playlist for it, so go to this playlist. A good majority of these are actually by Leland himself. Some of these videos. I think this one's him, this one's him. This one's literally from his channel, just in my playlist. This was one of the craziest trades he's ever taken, by the way. And it's even funnier. I gotta pause my music. This one's even funnier, though, because there was like a hater in the comments. Let's see if I can find him. I always remember, yeah. Bro, it literally did not move today. When did you take this? A few years back or what? Like, Leland is one of those guys. He's just like me. Like, he doesn't really like to share his results because, like, whether they're good or bad, it doesn't matter. You're always going to have somebody out there who's just like a hater, and you don't need to show your results to go over your methods. Like, that's the thing. And most people do the opposite. Most people only show results and don't show methods, so they kind of gatekeep you into kind of paying for their shit, which is weird. Like, you should just be able to understand exactly how they're doing what they're doing no matter what. But yeah, so this was always funny. Because it's just like, you just have a pure hater. Bro, I literally said in the beginning, May 23rd. But this was a really big trade by him, because he literally, this was one of like the first ones he took with Elite Test before we even called it Elite Test. Let's see if I could find the breakdown without watching the whole video. Yeah, so here's his gap down. And then the price went up, and it hits his 50%. And then it makes a lower high. It makes another lower high. Goes down a little bit. So he's got a lot of entry points here that he could be taking advantage of. Let's see which one he jumps in on. Because sometimes he jumps in on one of the early ones, and then he just holds the whole time. And he'll just take the loss if he's wrong. But I think this one, he had a really good... And dude, holy shit, our Discord looks crazy. Yeah, so there it is. So the rejection of the 50% way up here, kind of towards... Oh, this is his time zone. So like an hour later than I was thinking. And then he got his breakdown. But you'll see, there's so many good videos in this playlist, dude. So if you're looking at how to catch like lower high retest, midterm retest to the downside, lead test as we like to label them as, because it's kind of a funny play on words. You have lower high retest, lead test, and then you have Leland who likes to take retest, so lead test. So it's, yeah, that's why we call it that. It's like a play on like 4 different things, but it's all the same method. And it's funny because we do the exact same thing he goes over in like a lot of these breakdowns. We do the exact same thing, but to the upside. For our base build by the dip strategy. It's the exact same thing. And even in this strategy, I even like throw on different EMAs to show people like you could even do this with EMAs if you wanted. It doesn't have to just be with candlesticks or volume or good levels. Like you could literally just do this with a naked ass chart. They're not, it's not that they're easy to spot. They're easy to spot, they're easy to trade, but they're hard to be patient for. You don't just start the day out with a base build or a lead test. You have to have something happen first, and then you get those moves. You get the base build or you get your lead test. You never get those out the gate. They don't just happen at the open. So that's a really big thing. So as you can see, gap down 50%, gap up 50%, previous day 50%, today's open, the CDOs. Those are your most key levels that you're going to want to trade for your lead test, your buy the dips. So if you ever see trade or like good candlesticks around those levels, like take risk, because you should know by now that you're trading around a very good level, a level that's going to probably get a lot of volume around it. But yeah, so you could check that out as well. I don't share the playlist enough, but that's just because, I mean, as you can see, we have so many, and some of them are just like really old, but we've still used the exact same methods. Like literally nothing has changed. You could say our terminology is a little bit more efficient because all of us just say abbreviations now. We all speak in code, PDCP, PML, PMH, like, but that's really not that crazy. So yeah, definitely check that out. Lead test, base build. Check out the Scout playlist if you can. Swing trading if that's what you're into. We also made this playlist to kind of give people like a big summary. This is like an old refresh playlist, but this is kind of like a new refreshed playlist. It's the same thing. And then this is for like members. If you guys have access to this, you paid to watch this, so go watch it. BB Theory is a crazy playlist that goes over not just the levels, but it goes over the thinking behind the levels and the theoreticals behind everything and why we think what we think. Why do we think above today's open? Do we go towards this? You know, I go over all that in those videos, so please be sure to go check those out. So if you're interested in not just what are the key levels, but why are they the key levels, go check out that. I know some people like to hear the breakdown of everything. It's funny because on the 5-minute, you haven't even gotten a green candle till just now. That last candle. I really hope to see some of you guys take advantage of some of these different plays and different setups and different things on your own as well. Because we really do like to have a community where people are doing this on their own as well. I mean, we like to be here and going over stuff and calling out plays and stuff like that. Like, that's all fun. But it's even more fun when you have someone else, like, learning it and then they're calling it out. And it's like, yo, Bueller, I'm going to short this 678.20s level. It's breaking. Like, I'm going to get so excited reading that. I'm going to be like, bet, I'm joining you. But it's really nice to get everybody kind of onto the same page so we can all take advantage of the same moves without even really having to confirm a whole lot with each other. Like, if anything, your messages and stuff in chat should just be reinforcement, not something that pushes you in. Like, you should already be wanting that on your own, and then you see that, and it should just be reinforcement of, like, yeah, they like this too, nice. But it shouldn't swift or like, change your decision or anything. Yo, what's up, Rigney? How you doing, dog? What is up, Dividend Bull? I thought I'd catch you in my stream today because I was like, I went to bed at a really good time last night, and I didn't sit in a call with you all night, so you had a good chance to go to sleep at a good time as well. I don't even know what time I fell asleep. Honestly, it was super early. That's probably why I was so ready in pre-market stream. It's amazing sleeping early actually like does like help you. Our parents weren't lying. You could even see it here still, Alst. Honestly, if you want to practice it, you could even do it on this dip here, this latest move on the market. They took a move from here to here, and then go to your edit properties and delete everything except the 50%. And then do it again. High to the first low before they stopped. Delete everything except the 50%. Do it again from the high to the low, which I guess you don't have to draw that one because it's this level. You have another one here to about here-ish. And then, oh, we're already on the 1 minute. I was going to say, go down to the 1 minute. And then try to identify candlesticks rejecting under the 50% of those. Like, what was a candle that would have given you confidence? Because, like, these were bullish hammer, kind of a bullish hammer, sandwich candle, bearish hammer, finally got something. So you have like 3 things right here saying, hey, we're trying to go down more. And then go to the next one. The next 50% was right here. Anything around here, we had a break of it, push away from it. Not really anything to take away from that. But in combination with our level, though, kind of nice to see that they broke under both levels, not just one. Because they could have definitely stumbled there for a while. Then try to find the next. You see anything here? Not really. I mean, a good breakdown, no retake of anything. So, I mean, kind of the obvious, but nothing extra to talk about there. New low was made right here. Our next 50% is this level here. No retake of it. Continuation down. And no real bullish candles to talk about either. Like, yeah, they had a nice candle here, but, like, they didn't do anything with it. Nothing held from that candle. Like, you can't really say that was a good candle. It's a sandwich candle. Then you got another breakdown. So, honestly, and it makes sense, too. I'll go over that as well. But you got, like, a clear sign here. Kind of a clear sign here, and then the rest of them were just like super obviously breaking lower. Like there wasn't really much more to talk about on those, you know. Even right now, you could argue like it's still struggling with the latest 50% of this dip here, right? Of this dip here, it's still struggling. It tried holding it, broke it, sandwich candle, so they're still struggling. Because you probably have a lot of people looking for a buy the dip now, but. It's nice to zoom into that, but it makes sense, though, doesn't it, that your more clear signs are going to be up here near our more key levels, and then the more they move away from them, the more obviously bearish it's going to get, meaning the less like easy signals you're going to get in terms of like, oh, bearish candle under good bearish level. You know, it's going to turn into more open selling towards like more open breaking, not really retesting it anymore. So you get your retest, then you get your moves away. On a good sell move. Of course, if this struggled more, you wouldn't have had any of that. Good. A good seller move that pulls back will have this. Almost every move looks just like this. So if you want to, you can go back there and just mark a bunch of 50% of your high to your low from your pullback. And then you could just mark all those. Have fun with it. And then when you see it again in real time, you'll be like, oh shit. That's like 50% of that latest dip. And you'll see a bearish retest before it even pulls back. Or the potential of it, at least. Even if it doesn't turn out to be one. There's so much snow on the ground, F. Yeah, I heard the north got a lot of snow today. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, Matty Ice? Good to see you. I just off a plane from Florida. This shit was not here when I left. Yeah, I see it. I think I'm not used to it being so obvious and in my head labeling it the lead test. I mean, it is a lead test, but it's just easy to label it that because it's quick, you know? It's a lower high retest, a potential lower high retest. So whenever you see price go like up like this and it fails to get above levels, like you see it reject and consolidate, like that's when you should start looking for a potential lower high retest. But you need to see things happen first, right? Because if you get in too early, you could be in like here, and then you're trapped in that, and then you're finally you're home free, you know. So you don't want to get trapped too early. But also, you want to enter around good levels. Like in this instance, I mean, you're not going to see me do this every single time, but the high to the open of the last green candle was right here, so that's why I drew it like that, just to kind of give myself a reference point of like, all right, this is the high that we made. Can we get past that? And couldn't. Just couldn't. It's not going to be like that every time, though. I would honestly say this was a pretty easy setup today. But you had to be patient. I think that's... I don't throw that difficulty in there. Like, if you include the patience in there, this was very difficult to find. Because you had to wait all the way till over an hour after the market opened just to see this potentially set up. And that's why I try to tell people, like, it's nice to catch trades in the beginning of the day, but at the same time, it's kind of nice to just use the beginning of the day as context to trade the next part of that beginning of the day. You know what I mean? Because you technically have 2 hours in the first phase of the day, so why try to blow your load in the first 30 minutes or even first hour? There's a lot of really good setups that happen after the first hour or so. Like I said, in the buy the dip trade or in the lead test trade, you don't get those out the gate, out at the open. You have to have something happen first, then those pop up. They have to set up first. So if you're someone who's really wanted to narrow down just trading lead test or buy the dips and stuff like that, you can't trade the first hour of the day. You just can't. Your setups won't even be there. And if you think they're there, you're just forcing them. So you got to be careful with that. And Alice, let me know. We can go over more, bro. I'm glad to sit here and just go over this shit for hours on end. Like, this is the bread and butter, bro. This is the meat. You were at carnivore stage. So if something isn't clicking still, let me know. If it is clicking and you just need to go over it more, that's awesome too. Like, that's whatever. But for real, like, don't feel the need to be like, oh, I don't want him to go over this more because he's already covered it. Like, bro, please, like, this is the good shit. You just need to go over it more, yeah. That's what it is too, though. Like, you have no idea how many reps me and Leland probably went through before we even labeled it the lead test. Because for the longest time, we just used I mean, it's not old. It's still my same terminology. But let's say there's a level here and price breaks, right? The usual way that we draw things for, like, midterm retest is from the level to the high of the move. And then if it pulls back, right? Let me do this so it's a little easier to look at. So here's the level that it broke. Here's the 50% we want to see for a midterm retest. Like, your midterm retests pop up here for bulls. Your full term retests are going to happen at the level, right? So you have like 2 points to look at for potential bullish candles. And if you don't see them, is that a sign for you to not trade, or is it a sign for you to see if there's bearish signals that pop up after? Both, honestly. A lot of people will just do one or the other, though. They'll just straight up start shorting it. They'll fall into the consolidation phase. They lose. People who only do the other way around, or they only see, oh, well, it has to be a bullish candle here, they're going to get in consolidation trades too. So you almost need to use these as like triggers. Like, okay, that's the first thing that happened. Nice. Let me catch the thing that happens from that. So if you get this breaks, and then it touches this, and it rejects this, like, that's a short. If it comes down and it holds this, right, and then it comes back up, and then you see another, like a hammer appear, get in. That's your second thing. Never get in on the first thing. I know that's a horrible way of explaining that, but I thought it was pretty simple. I try to keep it as simple-minded as I possibly can, because I'm pretty simple-minded. I ain't no rocket scientist. Can you go over today's again, but erase all the levels except the open and the 50% above and below the gap? Yeah, we can do that. Let me do a different chart, though. So I'm trying not to fuck up this one. All right, so let me go to the, like, 5-day, 5 minutes. I can get that gap. All right, so drawing just the today's open. Remember what I said, and I've been doing this a lot recently. Like, sometimes I make the width like a lot thicker. So our today's open, and then our 50%. Can I change the width? Oh my god, I can. I think I have it set to 2, but it's not thick enough, so maybe I should just default it to 5. Oh wait, I can't do that yet. I'll do it after. So that's what it should look like. And you could go even crazier and add like some other shit, because there's like a 50% that's like right here somewhere from this gap down. Like, there's a lot of other super obvious levels here, and that's why I have some of them marked. But it's funny because they are all the same level. There's like a 50% here. There's a 50% here. There's that 50% from this gap up. There's today's open, which again, you don't need to keep your opens marked all the time. You can keep deleting it and add your next one for the next day. You have 50% here, 50% here, but they all line up at the same spot. You see how I was saying 674, 677, 680? They popped up again. It's the same 3 levels every day. So, and this is why you have to use like the context from this. I think this is probably why some people it doesn't click as quick, because they aren't using their larger time frames correctly. So like with this, all right, if I put my hand over my screen right now and you couldn't see today's candle, right? Put your hand up there if you can. And you just saw Friday's candle. You would think, okay, short-term upside is needed. It's probably going to go up to the middle point of that red candle at the very least, right? Like, we're kind of thinking that. And if it goes past that, then we can create higher targets. And then you see where it opened and you're like, oh shit. So it kind of already went up and bumped its head, right? So that's kind of the mindset we need to be in before today even opens. That we're on a bump our head kind of day where we probably go up, if at all, since we already are up here bumping our head, right? And then we pull back a little bit, right? So tomorrow's probably going to be another pullback day or an inside bar, just based off that context. And then you can use that context on your smaller time frame. Oh, okay, let's find some bump our head price action. Okay, we went up, kind of bumped our head here, kind of chilled, could get up and up, made a new high, but didn't really do anything. It didn't close any higher, right? Then we pulled back, and then we broke our key level, and now we look like we are trying to pull back a little more. So you really could dumb it down and just use just your most key levels every day, but you got to be a lot more, you got to be a lot more patient, because you're going to have moments where you don't have like a secondary level to go off of. But if that's something you're struggling with, maybe take off the secondary levels and just focus on just the most important ones. So, I mean, and it's funny because, like I was saying it earlier, I've been saying it for the past couple weeks, but like these same three levels keep appearing, right? There's probably like emerging candles that match up with all three of these on top of a gap from the left side of the chart as well. Like there's so many things that line up with these three right now. It's crazy. So it's funny that this is our today's open. This is where we kind of went up for our high, and this is where our 50% of that gap up is, because it's like these are three levels we already had on watch for key direction. So it's funny that they're just kind of also being re-implemented again today with the information we've been given today. That's what's funny. It's not actually funny. And that's why I also highlight, like, and you'll see it in my post, at the end of each week, I clear my chart and I restart again. Because if I don't, I'll have way too many levels on my screen because I'm constantly going over things or adding, like, highlighted areas that decide direction. And it's not just for that, but it's also to kind of, like, remind myself, all right, what's key right here, right now? Not what was key 2 or 3 days ago. What's key right here, right now? You want to refresh that all the time. I needed this. What's up, SK? Good to see you, dude. Mr. Cooper acquired my home loan and my brother's also. It says powered by Rocket Mortgage. Is it a sign? Might just have to buy some equity with my equity. I mean, I like Rocket Mortgage. It was them and then that other company. What's the Redfin? Is Redfin still around? I would pay attention if they're around still. I would pay attention to see what they say. What the hell happened to them? Oh, it was glitched. It had my SPY chart on Redfin. I was like, Redfin's at 600? But look at them on the monthly and the weekly. I've been watching this for a while. I've been watching this since literally 2023. But they were pretty early on. Whenever things got really bad, they were early on to tell everybody, hey, things are shit. So I've always kept them in the back of my pocket as like a company I can somewhat trust for direction on like the housing market and shit. So anytime I see them getting like starting to look better or bouncing continuously, I still think like, okay, housing can get better. And then RKT is probably the only other one I even have some confidence in. I just don't trust most companies' opinions on this shit. But as you can see, Rocket's been doing amazing. But I like RKT as well. Redfin was bought out? Who bought them? I would actually love to know that. Oh, you're not lying. Yeah, the last date was 6/30. Oh, by RKT. Okay, we're in good hands then. Okay, well, that makes me like RKT like 6,000 times more. Yeah, so there you go. I think Redfin's one of the craziest tools. Like, I almost promise you, whoever owns this company saw what I saw. And they were like, yo, why is this company so ahead of its time? Because Redfin would literally tell you when the housing market was going up or down. And they still do. That's the crazy thing. So if they have that, good for them. They should have that same power of knowing when the market is actually shit or not for a consumer. They will literally tell you, yes, buy this house. Or no, don't buy this house. It's 30% over market value. Or did they buy them out so nobody could have the tool and they aren't helping people? Who knows? But either way, super cool. So yeah, if they bought Redfin out, that's kind of a big deal in my opinion. I know I'm very late on this, but let's be real. Housing market is very slow. But yeah, I'd say that's a very, very good sign. I guess that makes me like RKT like literally 100 times more, because I didn't know that. Because I'm a huge Redfin fan. But I guess now I'm a huge Rocket fan. Apple's looking a little tired on the daily too, not just from today's candle. These past few days have been kind of relentless. You could almost go for a short swing on Apple. Nvidia has that same look. It just sucks because we're on the top of a gap up, so a lot of people are going to start shorting early. But tomorrow might be an inside bar just to stop people from shorting so early. And if it does pull back down, that should indicate to you that we are more bearish than people think. Because we shouldn't have to gap down after such an obvious bearish candle. It should have an inside bar or even a move up. Inside bar is highest probability based on a lot of today's candles, though, for tomorrow. And not just inside bar of the candle itself, but you might see an inside bar of the gap. So keep that on watch as well. So you might see that pullback continue tomorrow as well. But again, like I said, that would probably indicate we're a little bit more bearish than we think. Than a lot of people think. Than a majority of people think. Rocket Mortgage taking over the industry? Dude, you're not lying. I had no clue they did that, man. That must have completely gone under my nose, or I wasn't paying attention. You found Zillow, but no Redfin. Well, they must not exist anymore. It seems like they got bought out. But like I said, I think that makes me like Rocket like 6,000 times more. But let me Google, are they actually implementing anything from Redfin? Redfin will now operate under the refreshed brand identity, Redfin powered by Rocket, reflecting the tighter integration of the two platforms. Okay, so they're not deleting the platform. It looks like it's still there. That's good. That's probably really good for Rocket, too, because they don't have to integrate new people. The new people will just already be integrated. They, like, skip an entire step of making people, like, sign up for shit, probably. They're just already there. And the Mr. Cooper app is pretty smooth. Damn. That's weird. That's pretty cool, though. I know I've been talking on this for a few minutes now, but that's honestly insane. I can't believe I didn't notice that. But Alst, how are you doing? Are you good? We can go over some more stuff if you want, or if not just Alst. I don't want to just target him, but he's a good target. If anybody wants to go over some stuff, let me know. We end up kind of covering a lot of the same stuff, but it honestly doesn't really annoy me because it's kind of the, like I said, it's kind of the meat of what we do here. You know, using the same key levels that a lot of people could copy, but they still won't make sense of, because it's not just the levels that make sense. It's the context of the levels. Like the whole, we should be expecting this to go bump its head and come back down type. Like you should be expecting that before the open even happened. Based on the context from the daily all the way down to how we gapped up today. Good, letting it marinate. Totally cool, totally cool. And if you think of anything else, please feel free to share or shoot me over a DM or tag me in chat or whatever. I prefer to go over it in stream though, so other people can also get a lick of what we're talking about. I would definitely say my favorite thing to do when like taking an actual trade though is like getting all my stuff prepared and getting it all going, and then like kind of ready on the 5 minute. And then once I see what I like, I want to zoom down to that 1 minute and I want to try to catch a trade real quick, you know? So if I like that bearish hammer, or if I like that this is not getting above this level over here, you know, that should be all I need to get in, because I understand the key importance of those levels and which direction they're holding. So if the levels I think that are so bullish are breaking, shouldn't I be shorting? And the same thing goes for the vice versa. Yeah, where are they going, Sweet Green? Where are you going? Kava right there with them. Jesus, dude. I didn't even chart lower than that. I didn't think it could happen. No, I probably just charted it so long ago that it was like this was far. But now it doesn't matter. I think I just do a bunch of daily zones on this from what I'm looking at. Yeah. Next one's right here. They're in the next one already. Holy. That's wrong. There we go. That's a crazy move. I've been posting Coin, Meta, Amazon, all kinds of levels like that for the VIP floor. Meta's another one that's crazy. I've been posting it because it's just in a good spot for movement. Like, you might look at that and be like, oh, that's hard to catch. But it's like, bro, that was a fucking $9 or a $7 move. That's a lot of movement. Meta's a crazy chart. Apple, too. That's a big note, by the way. Apple pulling back. Microsoft pulled back. Nvidia's pulling back as well a little bit. And then remember, those were like our market-leading stocks going up today. So it kind of also doubles down on how we went down. We talked about that too. I like to talk about the importance of the sectors, because I think this is like one of the cheat codes on how to read the market easier. It amazes me how many people don't do it still. Not just in my own chat, but like in the market itself. And it really is as simple as like, oh, tech's up a shit ton and everything's flat. Okay, well, SPY is going to be up then. But not up a shit ton because nothing else is going with tech. It's just up enough because tech is so much of SPY. It's like 35% of SPY. So a little over a third. But let's say there's a day where tech is down super bad and everything else is down super bad. Like, you're witnessing a historical red day on the market probably. Like, because everything's red. And it's not because of SPY. It's because of the sectors that make up SPY. SPY is just a big chart that charts all that together. An ETF. I think the more you think about it that way, the easier your trades will become too, because you'll be like, oh, well, I like that it broke today's open, and also tech sector was cooling off. Like, now you have so many macro reasons on why your trade should work. And then if you're wrong, you can go back and be like, all right, well, it re-broke today's open. This didn't cool off as much as I thought it was going to. You know, you could like look at all that stuff and break down, okay, this was why I was wrong. You can actually see why. Or you could point out, like, okay, I was just being greedy. Or, okay, I was just trying to get in early. You know, you could actually point that out, not just going off of feeling or intuition. Like, you could actually make that decision. Like, okay, no, that is what happened. So I think that's another reason I like the sectors, because it actually gives you, like, an actual answer instead of you just being like, oh, fuck, dude, the market didn't go up more. Okay, why didn't it go up more? What actually made it do that? And you can answer that. If you guys are going to add these, though, I would at least add XLK, XLP, and XLY, and XLV. Yeah, just those 4. If you want to add the rest in order or however you want to look at them, please feel free to. You just have to go to SPY, click the Analyze tab, and you can see them right here. So XLK, XLF, XLY, XLC, XLV, XLI, XLP, XLE, XLU, XLRE, XLB. But you don't need to know all of them. You just need to know the bigger ones. And the reason I like staples, even though it's a smaller sector, is because it's almost like an opposite. Any day that the tech sector does great, a lot of the time, not every time, but a lot of the time, you're going to see people shave money off of the staple sector to put it in tech, and vice versa. When people get out of tech and everything's pulling back and looking scary, sometimes the only stocks that go up in that period of time, even if it's just for 2-3 days, and then they also go back down more, a flight to safety sector is XLP. You'll see a lot of stocks like that go up. Costco is one of them. That's why I like to look at Costco, Target, UPS. I like to look at a lot of those different types of stocks because I know that they're not being looked at as much. And when things pull back, people are putting money into those things. When I say people, I mean big, smart money. They're rotating their money. They're not just fully selling it out and getting out on cash. They're going to try and get their opportunities on some defensive stocks that might go up. And vice versa, when the market's going up. They're going to be getting out of those to get into those tech stocks that might be looking to go higher. By the way, thank you guys again for 30 likes on today's stream. That is absolutely magnificent. Pat yourself on the back if you're in here. I appreciate you all. And I'm not stopping yet. We're going to keep streaming. We're chilling. I know it's like not the most eventful day after the dip, but we can go over some more stuff or we'll look at whatever charts we need to. But seriously, just wanted to give you guys that time. Thank you guys again for all the likes. I know I'm not here all the time, but when I am here, I like to try to give my 100% effort. I don't want to just be here and slack off, you know. Remember, guys, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday should be like pretty decent days to trade or be around because you don't have a lot of news until Thursday and Friday where you have CPI and PPI coming out, which is just, you know, data that will help us determine if inflation's going to fuck us or not, or if jobs are going to help us out or not, and if they could lower interest rates further, which they should be able to. But we'll see. Same story. Oh, I got to stand for a second. Make sure you guys have been here the whole time. Make sure you guys stand up and let your blood flow for a second or go get a water or something. Hydrate. What state or country is everyone in? I haven't asked that in a while, so I thought I'd ask it again. But what state or country is everyone from or in? Or whatever you want to answer. And then I need your social security. I need your address. Me personally, I'm in Texas. I'm in South Texas. I know Mike gets killing it. I actually looked at it earlier, Rivian. I was hyping it up. Where's Maddie at? Yeah. you know he's witnessing it. California, nice. Cali, right next to Disney. Okay, we got 2 of you from the same. I wonder if you guys are close or not. Elias and Alst. Michigan, nice. Come on, you're not below I-10. I-10 and 99. No, I'm not at I-10 and 99. I am in Katy, though. North Georgia. Nice. Represent. Garden. Represent. Solar Edge looking froggy. I'm going to have to check that out here in a second. You're in OCT. OCLR close. Elias, you should go rob him. I can give you his address. I mean, you should go pay him a visit. You could bully each other in person. No, this is the 50%. No, this is the current day open. Sadly, same as Dividend Bowl. Maddie. Sadly because it's Michigan, or sadly because it's the same as Dividend Bowl? These are the questions we need to ask. Dividend Bowl? Yeah, I figured. Rigney is a handful, but he's our handful. If we can get to 50,000 likes, I'll do a full day stream today. Wonder if we've ever met. That would be weird. You've like met before, but you didn't even know it, or didn't know who you met, like from your aliases online. You know a kid named Elias? I know a kid named that too, but we pronounce it Elias, and it's spelled differently. Elias. Elias. That was my dog from Venezuela. The Venezuelans, man, they can drink. Elias is like scoped in on you right now. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible we've met. Sees Alice in a blue collared shirt right now. The one you know it's pronounced Elias. Elias? Elias is crazy. I could get Alias or Elias or Elias, but Elias? Respect, I guess. I really want to see you guys start pointing out candlesticks too, because we had a bearish hammer here. We had another bearish hammer here. We might have another one popping up here. And I think it's important too that you guys point out your bearish candlesticks when we're under a good level. And good bullish candlesticks when we're holding a good level. Like, we're still above the 50% of the gap up, so it's still technically okay. But we kind of need to go tap this first before we're talking about, you know, base building back up. Or a break of a higher level or something, you know. But something in the middle of everything with just one bullish hammer like that, like, you don't trust that. You trust the bearish hammers that are under a good level first. Emphasis on the us. Oh, okay. I'm probably just saying it wrong. Us Americans, you know how we be. We can't even speak our own language correctly. We couldn't understand Celsius, so we were like, fuck it, we'll just make our own. That's American ingenuity. Can't understand something? Invent your own. Hello again. Finally have time to market. What is up, brother? It's driving me crazy that we haven't touched the gap fib yet. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of fucking driving me nuts too. To be fair though, you gotta remember we did make a really nice move down, so I'm not that surprised it needs a little bit of a buffer before going down more. Because you gotta remember, we didn't dump from here, we dumped from up here technically. And it's moved a lot. Like, I don't even know what the ATR is for today, but I'm sure it's already almost finished. Because we went up so much already. Went up a little bit more. Pulled back a actually pretty decent amount. Yeah, we've actually moved a lot today. Can you talk about stop loss? Yeah, we can. I mean, in a general sense, or what are you going for? Is there like a situation or a scenario you want to look at, or because I also make sure I go over that. Like when we were going over the lead test with Alice just now, I make sure to also cover like, well, you know, if it breaks this, of course you're wrong. You get out of your trade. Like I make sure I was going over that as well because I don't want people to think like, yep, this setup's gonna work every time you see it. Like no, it's a good setup because it also shows you how to get the F out when you're wrong. Which I think that's more important because then you also understand, okay, I'm good as long as this is doing this, or fuck, it broke this, now I'm out, you know? Like, you instantly can make that decision. You don't have to sit there and, like, ponder on it or question it or sit there and have a 2-hour discussion with your group chat about should I hold this or not. Like, you should know instantly. Starbucks kind of looks interesting going into the cold holiday season. It do. We all know how the Starbucks hype can hold up. But let me know, SK, is there like a particular situation, or do you just want me to go over it in like a general sense, or what are you looking for? And give me a second, longer mic. I'll look at that other ticker. I have to scroll up. Oh, Sedge, Solar Edge. Solar Edge is Starbucks. But let me know, SK, take your time too. No rush. I'm sure you're not just sitting there. I bet you're busy too. British Columbia, Canada. Oh, wow. Nice. We have multiple Canadian. I didn't know you were in Canada, SK. I had no idea. SK has been here a long time. Andrew's in Canada. What's his name is in Canada? I can't remember his name, but his face is in my head. Jack. What is Jack's alias? I can't even remember Jack's alias anymore. Wacko Jacko. Wacko Jacko's in Canada as well. I think we have 3 Canadians now, 3 or 4. I like the Canadians. They're not bad. The memes online are pretty funny, but I like Canadians. The metric system was created by France. Need I say more about American adoption? Whoa. Yo, watch your tongue. That's because we held them up at gunpoint and said, invent us a new system. Was that pre or post revolutionary? Well, I guess that would have to be post. That was a stupid question. Oh, it was during the French Revolution. Okay. Yeah, that's what it was then. We held them up at gunpoint. We're like, we're too stupid to come up with our own system. Give us one. But we don't want that shit from Europe. And the French were like, I'm not going to do a French accent, but take it. They like handed it over the new Fahrenheit system to us. Fahrenheit and all the feet and all that good stuff. Making a calendar in time is wild, though. That's crazy they tried that. No one really needed to ever since the creation of Julius Caesar. Can you believe that? We've been using the same calendar since Julius Caesar made it. That's crazy. I could talk about that for hours. We have been trading around Friday's 0.5 extension. Was that a gap up or a gap down? I'll just look. I'm literally on the chart. Friday's 0.5 extension. I love reading Garden's posts, rich like compost. Yeah, no, Garden is probably one of the top posters in the chat in terms of quality. And I'm not even glazing, that's just facts. Whoa, hold up. I gotta read this from Elias. 1110 low to 1029 high, 50% fib has been a nice hold today on SPY. Bro, look at the way he's typing. I might fucking cry. His sister actually made... Are you talking about Julius Caesar's sister actually made the calendar? No way. I actually didn't know that if that's true. And that's pretty crazy because I know a lot about Julius Caesar, but I didn't know that if that's true. Discord invite is saying invalid. Can I get a link to the Discord? Oh, yeah, my bad. Sorry, I always set like a short-term link because we always get like spammers. Like you might be a spammer right now asking for one and I'd have no idea. Paste. There you go. Yamanathan. Welcome. Is that actually her name? I almost read that shit, Joseph. I almost read it. I was like, because you put it in the perfect way, too. The NUS at the end. Like, that was actually perfect. Almost a W troll. I'll give you that one. I need to verify this, but I heard the reason October, November, December are not the 8th, 9th, and 10th months is because July was added for Julius Caesar and August for Augustus. That wouldn't surprise me for it. That wouldn't surprise me. I'll Google the sister part, but I'm not Googling the name you gave me. You know what's funny, too? I didn't even read it in the way that probably would have trolled me. I was trying to read it in like a way where it was like one of the names, like, you know, Julius Caesar. Yeah, I was trying to read it like one of those names. Damn, well, the history books didn't do her any justice because I shit you not. Everywhere where I read or watch videos on this stuff, they never mention her. It even says it right here. Little is known of Julia's life. Like, they don't even know if she married twice or not in this article. That's crazy. They did not do her justice in the history books. It doesn't say a single thing about her in the calendar. I almost want to believe it, though. Bro, yeah. I didn't even know he had 2 siblings. Dude, they would have you believe he was an only child. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You got me. I had to know, though. Because that would completely destroy the story that I always tell people. Because I thought I learned, like, a factual story, but that would have completely, like, destroyed it. Yeah, I'm not trying to be a liar, you know? You know what I'm saying? What time frame do you... Oh, my bad, SK. SK. So we have a system. I know you've been here for a while, but we have a system that kind of just focuses on like key levels and the context of those key levels. So it doesn't really matter what time frame specifically. I mean, if you're scalping, you're probably using a smaller time frame for cutting it as well. But you're mainly using like context to get out of your trade. Therefore, you can like minimize your loss as much as you possibly can. So like with today's levels, if you want to go over that. With like today's levels, we were talking about I'll just give you an example. We were talking about if this level here was to break down after rejecting this, that it would most likely go to this level and maybe even more. You know, we didn't know. We didn't know how much more. We know that going down to the 50% level is super high probability if this level's broken. But if we're talking about it up here, I'm not going to be talking about how we should go down to here. You know, I'm gonna go with the micro first. I'm gonna talk about how we can get from here to here first, and then I'll talk about that. You know, then we can work with that. So it just depends. Like, so in this instance, like we were talking about it on the 5 minute, but then we switched to the 1. So let's say we were looking at, like, we were earlier in the stream, just to kind of re-highlight it for you. We were talking about, like, identifying candles at good spots. So not just finding good spots for the chart, but also identifying good candles that can maybe be the thing that pushes you in. And then we even talked about further, deeper context, which I'll get into that later if you want. Stop losses. So we're talking about the break of this level, right? So if we're talking about the break of this level, or even a retest of it and catching the trade, like, it doesn't even matter where our entry is, right? Like, we could enter any of those candles, right? And we'd be somewhat confident because it's under a level that we planned for it to go down, right? So if I see this level as a level for me to be planning to go under, shouldn't I also be planning for this to be where I'm stopping out if it breaks, considering that's where I'm setting my risk at? So in that sense, that one's pretty easy because it's like, okay, well, you're just using the level, but also price action, right? If I see, like, this candle hold, and then I see a higher low of this candle hold, and it starts heading towards us again, I could even cut before it goes to that level even, just because I have the context that, oh, a higher low is holding. It is probably going to go and break that level. But we didn't have that. We didn't have any context say that it's trying to hold. It just literally just kept falling. But in some instances, you will see that. Like over here even. We could even go over that. Like, let's say you were trying to be like an early bird and you were just super excited to get in on a short and you entered this candle even. You know, yeah, it did go down, but it also went right back up. But you could have pointed out that it was trying to go back up before it broke the level you were trying to be bearish from. You know, say I'm shorting from here. I see this candle taking a majority of this candle and then this candle retaking that candle. I have to assume this is going to fuck up my trade, right? So you could almost be exiting prior to it breaking your level, right? Not that that was a good setup, but just to kind of find you something to actually take example of. So time frame isn't really what we're looking for. It's more or less just context of what you were planning. So it just kind of depends. Were you looking for the first hammer? Were you looking for the after the break of 678 into the 677 target? Were you waiting for 677 to break for a potential gap fill trade? Like, you know, it just depends what kind of trades you're looking for. Were you up here early on? Were you here in between? Were you here a little bit late, but also a lot more passive? Not as risky as these other two. Each one of those trades would have a different stop loss, you know. So it just depends what you're going for. So I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Make sure you understand the context of what you're going for, but also what to do when it goes wrong. Like, you're not just going to sit there and hold your trade and be down 50%. Why would you do that, you know? Oh, it broke the level I like for it to go down. Okay, but if it's retaking that level, shouldn't I get out? You know, that kind of thinking. Just using the simple logic behind your levels of like, okay, it's not doing what I want, so I should probably take that context into account and actually not hold this forever. Like, some people in my chat were probably looking for this to break this and go down to here. It didn't perfectly get down to here. So how could you have identified that it wasn't going to go all the way down to here? I wouldn't be sitting on the 1 minute to catch that. You'd probably be on the 5 minute. But for this, you'd probably have to look for like a low and then a context from this low. So let me draw a real level so you can get a straight level here. So like the low here. So let's say we've been shorting this and we want to get to this level, right? But it didn't go all the way to that level. How could we have stopped ourselves before this candle or even the close of this candle, right? Well, one, it already held once, impulse move, which is expected, and then it went down again, right? So that's okay. We're still sitting pretty. We're not completely scared yet. But then we see another bullish hammer appear after the hold here. Now it's like, okay, shit. This probably isn't going to break any lower. I'm being given context that not just one thing, but two things are telling me this is probably not going to work out for me. And then even if, let's say we held it. We're greedy. We're like, fuck it. I'm going to keep holding it. We got a sandwich candle. Okay, so nothing changed. Not a bad candle, bearish candle. And then look what happens. Because you decided to not take into context of like, oh, it held once. Oh, it's holding again. Like, it's always that second thing I keep telling everybody. It's never the first thing. It's always the second thing that indicates what you should be doing next. So you see what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what time frame I'm on or what percentage I'm up or down on my trade. If I entered it up here or up here, up here, I'm still using context from what's happening down here to get me out of that trade, not, oh, it re-broke my level. It's like, bro, by the time it re-breaks this level, even if I entered up here, I'm probably down in that trade now. Because the market's volatility is now taking into account that this is probably trying to go up. So it's not quoting me prices from what I entered over here. It's quoting prices that are like up here now. So now we're not just wrong in our trade. Now we're losing money in our trade. Here's the 5-minute, Joseph. My bad. I was trying to give reference of both because I do switch between both when I take a trade. But also I didn't know what time frame SK wanted. So I just wanted to go through both, just kind of make sense of what I'm trying to cover. Because I just want to show you guys, like, you should be using your context to get out of your trade, not, oh, it broke my level again. Like, that's caveman thinking, you know? Green level break candle, go long. Like, that's literal caveman thinking. So we need to be using the context of what's there and what's not. Like earlier, SK, I think you were in the stream, we talked about today's price action going up, but we're kind of looking for bumping our head price action. Like, we should go up, but we should reject something at some point today, and we did. We got what we wanted. But we were only able to even come to that conclusion because of the context from the larger time frame. If you go to the Friday candle, last Friday, before the weekend, we had all of our dip. We had our dip, our lower high. We lost 680, came down. We went all the way down to the 660s, and then we got a bullish hammer, right? So that kind of indicates that we should, right, put your hand over your screen. I'm just going to delete these. Put your hand over your screen and, like, put it over this candle where you don't see it. Like, hide that candle, right? If this was what you saw on your chart, right, there's only two things that can happen from this, right? You get a flat open that does just kind of fade off because it is in a downtrend, so that would just kind of fall into play. Or you get a higher open. But where should it go towards, right? This is crazy that it gapped up this high, right? It should go to the 50% of the previous candle, which is that level there. So here, I'll hide every other level so you can just see the level I'm talking about. So it should go to at least that level, right? That's kind of what we're indicating outside of the obvious situation of just opening sideways and going down, right? Outside of the obvious situation. This is kind of our secondary route. It should go towards at least this. But clearly that doesn't fucking matter because it gapped up so much higher, right? And that's why we're using the short-term key levels we have. The 50% of the gap up, today's open, and then we have a 50% of another gap down from very recent over here, just to show you. From here to here, that's 50%. So you can see I'm just using the same key levels over and over again. It's just different reference points. But it's funny because, as I stated already multiple times in today's stream, these same three levels, even if I drew them like this, even if I drew them from larger time frames, even if I drew them from a long time ago, even if I drew them from recent, even if I draw them from, you know, any kind of time frame, you end up getting 680, 674, and 69 or 670 on every single chart. 674, 677, 680, and then you have your 670 down here. But like these same three key levels keep popping up no matter how I draw them. So that's a big thing with my strategy or system or whatever the hell you want to call it. I really don't care. It's just a bunch of fancy labeling, really. But it's just taking advantage of the context that the chart is giving you. So you need to know what are your key levels, the priority of them. Like, oh, if I'm above this, I should go to this. If I break this, I should go to this. If I break this, I should go to this. Like, you should understand the if this, then that, the conditional thinking of it all, the theoreticals. But also the candlesticks, the candlestick context that you're given. You know, if I have a bullish candlestick like on Friday's candle on the daily time frame, you know, down at a larger time frame target that we have down here. I know it's a lot of levels to look at. Bear with me here. So this level being broken, not a good thing, but it went down and tested where we held the last time. So now we have context like, okay, this should go up, right? If it doesn't just reject and come back down, where should it go? About the 50% of this candle, which is pretty close to that level that we have there. So you see what I mean? Like, you got to not just understand, like, getting good levels is one thing. Understanding how to read those levels and the context behind them, that's another thing. But then also adding in and sprinkling in that candlestick knowledge on top of it will create so much advantage for yourself. And then mixing in the small shit that we talk about in the stream too, like the sectors. Like, oh, tech's up, staples are down. Oh, every sector's green. Okay, so SPY's probably green then. Like, you should understand that this is just a big pie. 35% of this is this. This is broke apart into this. Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple. So if all three of these are all pulling back at the same time, then we could probably understand, okay, well, XLK is probably pulling back. Oh, okay, well, that's probably hurting SPY to some extent, even Triple Q, because this is technically XLK, just a little bit spread out more. That's why I call XLK pure blood tech. Triple Q is like a little bit dirtied up a little bit, but this is like pure blood. Only tech. It wants to break that 680 so bad. And 680 is one of the most key levels on our chart right now. I've talked about it for a long time on the stream already, but it was a big support that couldn't break. Then it turned into a resistance that couldn't stop, just having weakness around it or rejections of it. And now we're under it still. So if we're going to go up and keep going up, it has to be above 680. If we're not going to keep going up, it's going to be under 680. A break of 674 would be a great start. And that's from your macro side of things, your larger time frame side of things. But you can use that info and take advantage of it under smaller time frames when you see those key levels break or hold. And then there's like a bigger picture around all of that even. Like, and I'm not trying to make it sound super complex because it sounds like I'm throwing like 100 things at you, but right here, this video. And then you have your phases of the day. If you split up the day into 3 parts, how can you use that? And we go over that. It's super helpful. And it honestly makes a lot of the reading the market stuff a little easier to understand. Holy shit, SPY's 545 in that video. Whew. Where were you over $100 ago? But yeah, hopefully that's helpful, SK. Let me know if you had any other questions on top of that. I know I kind of ran through a shit ton of different things all at once, but it all ties together. And you really do have to use it all to really create that more clear picture for yourself. And it's not just helpful for when you're being right or to create better trades for yourself. It's also nice to have for when you're wrong. Because you could instantly be like, oh, well, fuck, this just happened. And, oh, that just happened. Okay, well, I'm wrong. I need to get out of this. It's kind of nice to know clearly, oh, I was wrong, or oh, this didn't do this, or this didn't hold how I needed it to. The level I was so bullish from is not holding up anymore. I need to cut this. Let me minimize my risk. Like, it makes all that context so much more clear and like you understand it so much more. It's not just a good level to you anymore. It's the level that's supposed to do this or that. Like, you understand what it's supposed to be doing. So when you get the opposite reaction, you can instantly be like, oh, fuck. Let me get out of this. Or, oh, let me avoid this. Let me just sit on my hands for a second. Let me get a little bit more info first. Let me short this. Let me switch sides. Whatever it is. Whoever asked for the Discord link, did that work? I have no idea if that worked. Let me see this fib Elias is talking about. He said 11.7 to 10.29. Oh, you're doing a fib of the whole move? Is that what you're talking about, Elias? Of like high to low? Honestly, if you're going to do it like that, you should draw from high to this low, because this is where they made their first slowdown. And then delete everything except the 50%. And then do the same thing. High to low. And then you could do the same thing. Delete everything but the 50%. Therefore, you have the 50% of the lower high, and then you have the 50% of the lower high of the lower high, if that makes sense. I know I worded that very bad. Very horribly. And you could see, like, this is slowly how I've been charting my chart. Like, I've just been adding 50% or gaps or shit like that. And I end up with the same levels every freaking time. Like, you guys realize, right? The plan for today, I mean, this was me posting it Sunday at like 1 or 2. The plan for today was this. Of course, the gap ruins that. So we switch over to this chart so we can abuse our gap up fib from open to close and use our 50%. Minimize our levels on our screen. Which, actually, I guess you could leave these in. Like, it's some super, super, super basic levels right now. That's when you're shorting, right? Well, no, you do that regardless. You do that regardless. If you see a breakdown like that, you want to draw it like that anyway. Here, let me remove these again so it's not so hard to see this. Because not just, oh, if it rejects this, keep shorting it, but what if it retakes that? You need to be in the mindset of if it retakes this level, there is a chance that it's going to this. And if it retakes the lower high 50%, there is a good chance that it is going back. And then that's when you need to look out for that 50% all-time high. So it's not just a good level for it to keep shorting. It's a good level to also validate potential longing, potential buyer. So it's not just a good validation, it's also a good invalidation. Drawing a fib from high to low. Yeah. On a downtrend, you draw that direction. Yes, you always draw down. I was just saying don't ignore this low because that did happen. But I guess you could draw how you did it on the weekly because I think that's how that happened actually. Yeah, but we don't know that this is slowing down on the weekly yet, so we can't technically draw this yet. It's funny because this is literally what I've been using to call all my dip buys the last like 100 dip buys. Anytime there's been like a reverse fib, like I know my last one was this one. We drew from here to here. I draw it backwards, so if we go up, I can have targets in case we go up, and I can abuse those because you don't always have targets up here if we're at an all-time high like we are now. And you still get the same level. The 50% still the same number. But that's what I use though. So if I ever see this like this level pick up, like in this next week happened, it took that level, I then know, okay, it's higher probability that we go up to this level then. So I can save myself from shorting early here into this level until it breaks this level. So in this instance, we can't draw it yet because technically, that's not what I meant to do. Technically, we haven't gotten a bounce yet. We just got a gap up. We kind of need to see a green week hold. But if we see a green week, then we can draw that fib, and then we know any hold of this level here, 675, which we kind of already know that. We know a hold of 674 means we can go up. But yeah, no, you did that right. That was fine. If you're doing it on the daily, though, draw it how I showed you the first time. If you're doing it on the weekly, you could do it exactly how you did it. Good job, though. I'm happy to see people using fibs. It's funny, too, because, like, they're so easy. They're so basic. There's not, like, that deep. There's not a deeper level of thinking behind it. Like, it's not rocket science. Now, don't get me wrong. I think the patience requires rocket science. Patience is crazy. You got to have really good patience. And people say that, and at first when you hear it, you're like, oh, he's just saying that because it's, like, good filler advice. But, like, no bullshit. Like, that is the hardest part. It is so easy to just enter a trade anytime you want and lose it all whenever you can. So you really do have to take it pace by pace. Just take it slow. That's why I put so much emphasis on not trading every day. So you really do put a lot more significance behind your trades when you do take them. It's more quality. It's more effort behind it. There's more preparation behind it. And then you probably get it out of your system having to worry about, oh, do I need to catch a trade today or not? Like, you probably just get that out of your system entirely and you just focus on catching good trades when you see them, not when you need to see them. You know, forcing it. Let's see, SK. I'm reading you now, SK, sorry. I understand the levels, the context, setups, but trying to find a right trigger for entry and stop, well, that's what the setups are for, though. Like you explained, hammers at the 5-minute. I am flipping 1, 3, 5, 1, 15-minute, but still didn't decide to use which time frame. Not getting Not getting the feeling. OD, not sure yet. Oh, okay, okay. Well, when it comes to setups, let me first start with that, and then we'll get to the second part. When it comes to setups, like if you know the setups, then you should be using them. You know, your 40% entry, that's for scalping. Now, I would be taking a lot of those. Your 80%, that's your retest. Like, do you know your types of retest trades? Maybe we'll start with that. We'll start with that. Do you know the 3 types of retests that we go over in here? You know, and if you know those, then focus on those for a while. And maybe that's your type of trade. And you could switch between, I like the 1 and the 5 the most for when I personally trade. But I know some people in here like the 15 and the 1 or the 15 and the 5. I would find like a dual combo though. I wouldn't try to find like 4 charts to find. I would try to find like 2 time frames to stick to. Like I like the 5 and the 1. I know some people like the 15 and the 5. Some people like the 3 and the 1. Some freaks in our chat. What was I getting at? Oh, setups. So like the scalp series, like we do all kinds of different setups in that where it's just the types of. Oh wait, that's what I was going to. My bad. I'm all over the place. Right here. So it's about 48 minutes. Don't get me wrong. It's a little long. Okay, get this guy off the screen. That's not me. The 3 types of retest though are very important. Is there like a picture that shows like all 3 before it goes? Okay, I guess this is that screen. But I go over the 3 types, and it kind of shows you like exactly what to do, both for bearish and bullish scenario, stop loss, target, all that great stuff. Not just from recent price action, but you could even use like historical price action, like our emerging candles or our 50% or our gap levels and stuff like that. I even show you how you can use fibs to kind of create that simple process for yourself, just because sometimes it is a little fuzzy on the chart. So it's kind of nice to just draw one fib and then just like stick to whatever that fib tells you. You know, turn your brain off and just stare at the fib. Damn, I sat on that screen for a while. But the first type of retest, you know, do you know the single candle retest? You know, the second type of retest, this is my favorite type. I think I say that here too. No, I don't. Wow. This is my favorite one, though. This is the midterm retest, which is also what the lead test is. And then where is the third one? Here it is. And then the full retest. So, and then I give examples for both up and down. And we go through this stuff every stream. I mean, I'd be lying if I said, yeah, we sometimes cover that in stream. No, I mean, it's like literally every stream. So, I mean, the more you're in here, too, the more you'll catch some of that stuff. Because I do call out some stuff. I just didn't trade today because, honestly, we made some really big profits from some swings last week. So, I was just trying to chill out. But I make sure to also go over that when I'm in my stream. Like, I'm not trying to be that guy because I don't like to be like, I don't like to push my traders to make a trade when I want them to. Like, I want them to do it when they feel like it. But like today's stream, you will hear me drop some cues. I have tons of people in my chat who look out for these cues. In today's stream, I talked about, oh, well, we're not really getting above this area. If we get a break of this, and you'll hear me cover this, a break of this will most likely lead to a test of this. So that's our target. If we get any retake of this after breaking it, like, that's our trigger. Get the fuck out, because that's probably liquidity for more upside, because we are on a gap up day. So we should see upside, not downside, right? You only look for downside when the upside potential isn't there. We went up. So I created a high to the open of that green candle to give myself a supply of the high. Somewhere to look for rejection. I see this, cool. See this, cool. I'm just kind of gathering context. See that, awesome, nice. New high a day. Failed instantly. Okay, awesome. That's a failed bullish validation creating what? Potential bearish potential. Then we see rejections. We see a loss of that supply. Then we finally see a break of that support, which again, we only drew that because we had a good common low here. It's where we broke out above from the recent high. And then they held it even again over here. So it's a good level we could put some risk on. But it also has context, though. Like, we know we're on a gap up. We know that we're tired. We kind of tapped our head against resistance. And now we're tired. Right? So it doesn't have to go down instantly, which tells us, okay, well, we don't need to be trying to short every little thing that goes down. We need to short the thing that goes down and breaks the level, because we're on a gap up day. We know that the potential of going down is a lot less, there for the short-term momentum. But then we get the rejection, we get the bearish hammer, we get the loss of that level. We even get a good retest of that. But there were so many types of retest here. You had your beginning lead test. And just like from that video that I showed you, if you take a fib from the level to the low that was made, you can turn your brain off and just watch the 50% of that. It's so easy, and It really does kind of cut out the noise in your head of like, oh, should I hold this? Should I cut this? Should I get in this? Should I do that? Should I do this? Like it's clear. It's clear as day. So now we know. Okay, well we're bearish under this level, and I want to look for a good rejection of this level to give myself a more passive entry away from this level, right? So if you want to get something a little bit more risky, yeah, jump in something that's in between this. But you really want to get something outside of this, and then get the follow up. And there's our midterm retest. So you got to take away from the video, and you got to actually catch it live on the market. And that happened just today. This happens a lot. Like right now we're witnessing a good hold of a higher low. They even did a break and retake, which is good liquidity grab, which means they have the energy to go up. And they gave us a clear move up on the 1 minute. And now we're just kind of settling, kind of still in the same spot, which makes sense. I mean, damn, today's moved so freaking much. But yeah, so, and it's really about that too. I like what you just said. You said, from my experience, the 10-minute hammer is mostly a good trigger. Like that's the kind of stuff you really got to look for and learn to abuse over time. Like you've come to find that the 10-minute hammer is really good against good levels. That's great. You should be using that because that is a good indicator. But on top of that, like there's so many other things like that that pop up all the time that are good indications of certain things. Like when we see the push up and then we see the loss of a good 50% level or something, like we know that, okay, or the loss of today's open even, we know that after a gap up, what's the biggest key level that can go down towards? The 50% of the gap up. Is he going to do that every single time? No. But we know that that's very likely because of it's a good indication. We've seen it time and time again, just like you've seen the 10-minute hammer time and time again. So you see what I mean? So it's about the setups you're taking. And what are you going after, you know? I'm also not trying to generalize anything, you know? I'm not trying to be like, you have to do this every time it does this. Like, no, sometimes you might have an indication of, like I didn't want to short every time I saw this reject instantly because I know we're on a gap up. I know that the upward momentum is there. So until I see a lot of things tell me, hey, this can come down, that's when I'm finally like, okay, I'll get in. And it's kind of nice how today worked out because it really did give you passive opportunity to get in before it actually broke back down. But you're not going to get that all the time. But that's the kind of context you got to bring to the table. Because imagine if you did try to short every time this gave you one red candle from a high. You know, you would have lost a lot today. But this is a good conversation, SK. Thank you for having this with me. And, like, asking this stuff and talking about it. This is important shit. Not just like having good levels, but it's like, you know, anybody could have that. That's why I say it's not special to have good levels. It's special to understand the context between those levels. You know, what should they be doing from where? You know, understanding from larger time frame to smaller time frame, what should price be doing? And if it doesn't do certain things, how can you react to that? Whether that's avoiding taking a bigger loss or avoiding a bad trade or getting into a good trade and actually being able to squeeze out as much as you can out of it, you know, whatever it is, for good or for bad. By the way, guys, thank you for all the likes on the stream. I don't know how y'all are doing it, but y'all just kept liking the stream. Over 35 likes now. That's kind of nuts. Thank you again. But yeah, SK, let me know if that resonated at all or if any of that was somewhat helpful. I know sometimes I explain something super simple and then I just keep going and going and going. So you're holding losers too long. So what you need to do then is adjust where you're entering then. It all comes back to your entry. You need to be entering closer to levels that have better risk reward. Because it sounds like you're entering, like, maybe you have a decent entry, but then it turns into a trade where you don't really know if you should cut it or not, and then you end up holding it too long. So you need to find a level that does tell you, hey, SK, you shouldn't be holding this. We're above this now. Or, hey, SK, you should still be holding this. We're in this now. Or it's doing this, you know. What are the three, everybody in the stream right now, what are the main key levels that we use every single day to help us decide short-term direction? Because these are the levels that you should be entering around. Or even a higher low or lower high of one of those levels. Like, it doesn't have to be the touch of the level exactly. Like, something from that level, context from that level. Dr. J said one. He said CDO. Dividend said the other one. CDO, PDCP, PD. No, not PDO. It's current day open. The halfway point of your previous day, which we don't even see it in this picture because it's so much lower off the chart. And then this level right here, 50% of the gap up. So our main level of focus is this one today. And yeah, SK got it. SK knows what's up. CDO, PDCP, and the gap 50%. Whether it's up or down doesn't matter. Exactly. So a lot of your entries should be around one of those levels or something from that level. You know what I mean? Like in this instance, we saw price go up and then I hung out on the 1 minute today just to give you context. And we saw it kind of hold this. Holy shit, why is the zoom so bad? There we go. And then we saw it kind of slow down. And I'm kind of looking for it to bump its head because I saw that we had a bullish hammer on Friday. I saw the gap up. So it should go up and hit its head against, you know, we're looking at like 674, but it went up so much that we have 677 and 680 as our main key levels today. So that's what we were working with. So I'm kind of looking at this. This is how I see it, right? But it's not really fair for me to miss out on all of this, you know, and it'd be kind of stupid if I was just an animal in the headlights, just not reading any of this, right? So you see it go up. It's like, all right, nice. It made a high. Let's see if it, because this is the first slowdown it had. We drew it after this pullback. So we draw our high to the open of the last green candle before the pullback. So that's why I have it drawn like that, just for anyone who had no idea why that was drawn. Because you don't normally just draw every high, but because we saw a high that actually slowed down after a large gap up, it is like, okay, let's see if this is where it's going to tap out at. Right, so we see it come down, we see it hold. I'm not even drawing that level yet because I don't think that should be drawn yet. It comes up, it's still hitting it. All right, nice, came back down again, kind of held again. Didn't really go anywhere, right? So we can kind of see a range is forming now, right? So now we're like, okay, now we can draw that. So now we understand, okay, this is kind of where we're watching for it to tap out. And this is kind of what I'm using as like double confirmation, as if it rejects this and breaks this, then I'm looking for it to go down to what? To the most important level that we've been talking about all stream, current day open. So you see how that works? Like, I can't just sit here and tell you, like, only trade those levels, because then you're only going to be like, all right, well, let me long it. Oh, shit. And then you're going to see it break down, and you're going to be like, all right, let me short it, but you're not going to be doing it for the right reasons. So that's why it's good to understand, like, why those are the most important levels, and then everything else is just kind of like context from that. Right, whether you have a level like this from the larger time frame or you have this from larger and smaller time frame, doesn't matter. Got to find your super important levels and then focus on trading around those so you have the best risk reward possible. Like you said you were struggling with holding losers too long, and that is annoying because it's like, what the fuck? You know, when you lose, it shouldn't be that big of a pain in the ass. You should be able to take multiple losses and be able to move on from that and then catch a good opportunity, and it should be able to wipe all that away, right? Without you struggling or thinking about it super heavily. Because if you're actively thinking about it, you might just make it worse. So it's good if we can cut that out of the process entirely. Entering around good levels, entering around good context from a good level. You know, we might not get a good... You might not always get a good entry. Like, who the fuck's entering that candle? I know I'm not. But maybe we can find something later on in the day. Maybe it comes back down and it holds this level, and I see a good higher low. You know, maybe I don't like that first thing that it did, but I like that second thing that it did. And I want to take risk on that, understanding that if this level breaks, I'm getting the F out. And see how much risk I have? It's not that bad. But the reward is so much greater. So you really got to nitpick where you're choosing to trade on the chart. Not just, oh, I like this level, oh, I understand the context, but trading in between the sweet zones and the sweet spots of that chart. Hopefully that makes sense. This is a good conversation, though. This is good shit to go over, SK. And anybody else. I like that everybody's kind of joining in on this. And I know I haven't got to cover this stuff in a while because we've been talking, but we have had a good low made, right? You kind of had one here, and then they went up, and then they kind of chilled, came back down, held it again. They did a break and retake, so it's not like a clean break where you're like, oh, I'm going to keep shorting it. It's an ugly break. Then you get a retake of it, and it's kind of ugly. This right here is to keep people from, like, all going long at the same time, right? This is probably a very minimal amount of people. It's also a lot of people probably cutting their shorts to make this go up more. So that's why you sometimes will see, like, a good hold, and then you'll see, like, a break and a retake. It'll be really ugly price action a lot of the time. But that's what you want. You want it to be ugly. On the 5-minute, you want that to be like literally 2 candles. So yeah, on this one, they didn't even do a break and retake. They did a break and retake, but it was a bullish hammer. Then you got a sandwich candle. Nothing broke again. Like, right here, you should already be thinking like, oh shit, this could go up again. Like, that's early context of like, all right, yeah, this is probably chilling out now. Maybe not for an active trade, but it's just nice to understand that. And look where we're back to. We're back to the level that we were talking about shorting from. This level here. Holy shit, I can't draw purple lines today. This one here. Jesus. The level that we fell from today before breaking today's open to give us a bigger, you know, kind of clue on going down more. We're back to it again. So we're like back to square one. In terms of today's price action. And that's another big thing too. You guys really need to talk to yourself like you're like watching a movie, you're reading a book. Start from today's open. This is the start of the story. Right? Start from there and take it all into account. Trying to leave that high on the left side so you can see it still. But yeah, let me know if that was helpful in any way. Thank you guys again. Also, kind of nuts that you guys helped me break 40 likes on today's stream. Seriously, thank you again. I can't thank you enough. That's insane. I aim for 20 and you guys double it. So thank you. You have to have a point of decision. Treat it like a stale green light that you didn't see change and you don't know how to long it will stay. Oh, and you don't know how long it will stay green. You have the point of decision to stick to it. Damn, I never thought of the red light, green light. That could actually be the greatest fucking example of that. That is a great way to think about that. Like when you're pulling up to a light and you see that it's been green for a while, like do you think it's about to switch back red and you should slow down? Like go yellow to red? Or should you just keep lowering it? You know, it's kind of like, you're kind of like fighting that little intuition. That's a really good way of putting that. I'm like out of breath from all that now, but that was a really good breakdown. SK, thank you for all that too. I know you genuinely are asking questions, but this is good for other people too. Somebody might not have the balls to ask the questions that SK is asking, and the next thing you know, it's like they're also getting to answer their questions. Let's see what's going on in the chat. What did I miss? Went with SPY instead. I got in very late. Closed a few minutes into today's open. It's not what I meant to click. See what I'm talking about? Like, so many of you guys, I wasn't even here, and there were so many of you that were like, I'm longing this. Like, he said he went long triple Q, but he actually went long SPY. I like it. I didn't even see she did that. Good shit. And then Woots, I think, too, talks about entering triple Q end of day. Like, there's a few of you that entered longs. Damn, what a dope-ass message by Cheap-tastic. Y'all are nerds. And then, yeah, Andrew, the guy who was buying AMD under $100 a share, and we were all making fun of him. Now, to be fair, we were making fun of him because he's our friend, not because his stock pick was stupid. That's like the good making fun of that you want to be a part of. Yeah, you guys, yeah, swinging triple Q. You guys did really good on that. Everybody was like kind of understanding, yeah, this Friday candle is pretty bullish. I like that. I don't have to worry about anybody. And SK, if you have anything else, please feel free to. You're not bugging me. People tend to speed up like crazy or slow down. Same with the market. A point where you can limit the damage and bring the trade to a stop without damaging your account or confidence. Exactly. I like that you said that because it's not just about the account, even though that is probably more important. But the confidence is just as important because you don't want to like lose a trade and it's like so much that you blow your account. But you also don't want to lose a trade where like it like makes you stumble and your next few trades have like no confidence or no understanding or no prep because you just are like doing this I don't give a fuck type trading. That's a really good way to put it, that. That UPS driver training keeping you safe in the market and on the roadways. Spy Kiss that 675 level to a T. We'll see what it can do here. End of day. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm surprised we're moving this much. Like, I don't think people truly understand how much we're moving because they're only looking at this. Like, we gapped up. The fact that we had a good move down and actually a pretty decent directional move up before noon is kind of nuts. Noon Central. It's already past that EST, but still. Like, that's kind of impressive. It's not just a gap up. It's actually a hold of a gap up. You know, I went from saying earlier, like, this kind of day most likely leads into, like, inside bars tomorrow. If this day holds up well enough, we actually could get just another solid green candle tomorrow. But I'll still keep that potential IB in the back burner because I don't think people truly realize, like, after a gap up of that size, you really don't move multiple days in a row a lot. A lot of the time you move up one day or down one day. You get one day of movement, and then the next day doesn't, and then the next day does, and the next day doesn't. Like, it's very common. It's like, it's so crazy. It doesn't matter how you draw the chart. You get the same 3 levels every time. 674, 677, and 680. And look, they did the break and retake I talked about. Liquidity grab. Because you probably have a shit ton of people thinking it's going to short again. And then it retakes. And then it gives it the energy to go up again to the high. Which probably should use this chart. So you can focus on the 1 minute highs that it rejected earlier. Focus on that on the 1 minute. Now that we're back to it again. But yeah. I gotta breathe for a second. That was a lot of talking. Yeah, crack's pretty good, but have you tried H2O? Damn, dividend. Up 90% off calls after the hold of current day open, dude. That is nuts. I don't have pre-market low marks. Let me see where that's at, SK. Beat a home with a hard to silver. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yep. That was the one I was talking about earlier. Good shit. Good eye. You are correct about that. A break. And see, this is what you want to see. You want to see, like, one candle down, one candle up. And then the rest of the candles, you just want it to see, like, kind of hold to the right and be ugly. But you want it to be in, like, a higher low fashion. And then this happens. Not every time, but a lot of the time. So yeah, I guess you could have had that marked beforehand. Before market opened, you could have had that. Good eye. I didn't even notice that myself. Oh. You can see even I made a mistake there, SK. Even you've pointed it out. I was so focused on if we broke today's open that we go to the 50% that I didn't even look at pre-market low to see if there was something in between that I could grab from recent. Which I'm sure there's 100 ways to get a level somewhere in between this, but it's nice when you can come up with the way that's consistent before the open, right? If I come up with the way after the open, that doesn't really help us. Because you can't prepare for it. Good shit, though. Good shit. And yeah, and by the way, I never thought you like didn't understand anything. I like to recoat over stuff just to make sure, because you know someone might be like, Bueller, I don't know why I suck at this, and then I'm like, it's funny how many times I've mentioned just the current day open, and people are like, yeah, why don't I mark that more, or why don't I have more importance behind that? And then they do it, and they get more successful results, and they're like, yo, thank you for that. It's like they didn't even change anything; they just changed how they look at the current day open. And how you can like magnet back towards it. Like, oh, we went up too high, we come back down towards it. Oh, we went down too low, time to go back up towards it. 680 today. 680 is very possible. Very possible. Let's go back to that other chart now, though. It's kind of crazy having like 8 different charts now, and they're all literally plotting the exact same levels. For the most part. But yeah, 680 very possible. That's definitely not off the table. It's crazy because I think my next left after that's like 686s, yeah. Let's see though. You sold 678 calls at 678.20. Should have held. At 678.20. Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, I don't know. I don't blame you for being somewhat hesitant, though, because now that we've, like, gapped up this much, we pulled back that much, then we've gone up again, it's almost like, damn, how are we moving this much? You know, so I don't blame you if you were hesitant, and that's why you got out. Because I think I myself would be like, what the fuck? 35%. Good shit, Gary. Round of applause for Gary. And round of applause for Dividend Bull getting 90% on calls after the hold of today's open. Round of applause to both of those guys. And welcome, Parsa. Good to have you in here. Possible new high of day about to happen. Whoa, who said I sold you? Well, you said up 90% off calls after held CDO. I don't want to see you type how much you're up or down until you're out. Because nothing in between matters. So I'm going to assume you exited if you type that stuff. New high of day, by the way. You must be up a lot more than... Because new high of day has to be crazy for a call holding today's open. By the way, great job, Brigney. It would be kind of a bad view of me if you were to be bad at trading, considering how much we talk. Like, if you were someone in here that was like, what is CDO? Why do you think that's so important? I would lose my mind. I might quit streaming if that was the case. So I'm happy to see you taking advantage of that. Good shit, Rigney. Or Dividend Bull, as you all know him as. Shout out to our boss. I am no boss, honestly. Everybody in here is a boss. Shout out to you. Fib on SPY daily, all-time high to recent low. 10 times. Oh, yeah, good eye, Dr. J. Actually, what's his name pointed that out earlier, too. Was it you, Elias? I think it was Elias. I think. I think that was Elias, right? I'm like 90% sure that was him. But yeah, good eye. And remember, we can't technically draw that fib yet because we don't have like the green week showing yet on the weekly, and we can't really draw that on the daily yet because that's not how we draw that. But I like the forward thinking you guys are doing. I like it. It's not bad. And holy shit, we're just still going up. Dividend said okay out 200%. Holy shit. Round of applause for Dividend in the YouTube chat, guys. Good shit, bro. Make sure to post your result and review when you have time today, whether it's later today or tonight or tomorrow, whenever you have time. Holy shit, bro. I did not mean to type in all caps, but I guess my point got across. Thoughts on EOSE? I've never heard of them, but that doesn't mean anything. Well, the rebound is pretty insane. They look like they're an energy company, but they're in the industrial sector. Why is that? Commercial industrial applications, the United States company offers syn technology. So they do battery storage. That's pretty cool. But it looks like it literally is just for like industrial use. Maybe that's why they're an industrial. I've never heard of them, but this is an insane chart. Like the monthly and weekly are pretty nuts. And I say that not just because the fat ass green Hulk candles on the right, but the base building it had up to that point. Like this is all ugly, and then it kind of did the low, and then it did a retake for liquidity grabbing, consolidation, bullish consolidation, and now it's finally getting it to go. I really can't give an opinion on this because I really don't know what this company is or what they do, but they seem to be outperforming the shit out of their sector, though. I don't think the XL chart's doing that. Oh, XLI is actually doing pretty good. Never mind. They're up. They're not hurting anything. So I guess that doesn't hurt your chart. I'm assuming you're in this. Honestly, very kick-ass. If you're in this, good shit. I mean, I don't know what to tell you besides it just looks bullish. Bullish until further notice. I'd have to look at what the company actually does. I don't know it on a fundamental level. And if I was to chart it, I'd be lying to you. Because that's not like a chart I typically chart. This is still going. It's crazy how many charts we have now. And they all say there's a resistance there. Congrats, Div Bull. Let's go. I know, bro. It's so hyped to see him do that. I like seeing my boy win. Wait, Dividend cut a clip from the stream? Is this where you entered, Rigney? Did you link the clip as I was talking about it? When you were entering? Yes? Dude, you're nuts. Or I'll link the clip in the stream if anybody wants to clip it or look at it. He clipped the stream like when he was entering his trade. Or he was probably already in, and then he clipped the stream because we were talking literally about how important current day open is at that exact moment. That's funny. My ass probably wasn't even paying attention. Out at 80% for a 1 DTE. Guys, round of applause for Gary. Let's fucking go, Gary. I needed the clip because it's important. Yeah, please feel free to, bro. I wish more people would clip from the stream, honestly, so I don't have to do it. I mean, so, you know, community, haha. But no, I appreciate that. That was a good clip. I watched it. I did. Very, very cool clip. Even more cool of a trade by you, bro. Bro, and Letterbuck? Hold up, Letterbuck as well? As you can see, I take my GIF selection very serious. Guys, seriously, thank you guys again for over 40 likes on today's stream. You guys are nuts. And we just hit noon. We had a bunch of good conversations in the pre-market prep. We had good conversations like right after the market opened with a few people in here. A few people in here had great questions, conversations to go over about. SK, that was a great one there at the end there. I really, really liked that conversation because it was a lot. And it was probably a lot that you already knew, but it was just like piecing it together can be a little bit of a difficulty sometimes, I know. And sometimes it's as easy as just like clearing your chart and just like starting over, just to kind of like re-understand what the context is that you should be taking advantage of. Like, oh, 680 is a good level we should magnet towards this week, you know, knowing that kind of stuff. I like that. The context, the forward thinking kind of, but not really like forward thinking in terms of like guessing. Forward thinking in terms of like from what we've seen, what we've experienced, what we kind of have learned to expect from certain things. Certain pieces of context. Damn, you guys are some nerds, bruh. Already got it posted and everything. And honestly, if anybody in here is struggling, I can actually say this now because we have like an insane amount of traders that actually do great work now. But like, I would seriously take some notes from some of the people in here. Like, there's some really cool notes in here about like how people are entering, why they're entering, what levels people are entering around. Like, and you'll see a trend. Like, it's almost always a key level. The first thing I do when I read people's things is I try to find like what's the key level and like what did they do from that key level. So like in this example, okay, we'll just go to Nick Grassfed. She was using PML to help her. So she's using that, and then she's going to use other price action from PML to help her. So she sees there's a hammer there, and then she see it came back down, and she didn't see it break. So she's like, fuck it, I'm going to take my risk. She sees another bullish hammer, probably excites her a little bit because it's like, nice, this is actually probably going to go my way. Like, it's not breaking. I get more context that this is probably going to work. No break again. And then she gets the retake of her short-term indicators. She hit 6,800. She hit 6,810. She's like, you know what? 2 targets, that's kind of crazy for this. So I'm going to take my profits. 320%. That's nuts. Did I say 69.10? No, 68.10. That's actually a very, very good trade. I'm like trying to find like humble examples, and you guys are posting like some fucking stupid ass gains right now. I'm trying to find like a 30% gain or something and be like, yeah, look at this. Like, even this, fucking 61%. Thanks, Garden. Got any humble gains in here? Here we go. Honestly, that's pretty crazy, too. You guys are just nuts. Let's see here. Set limit order, let it ride. Okay, so that's how you were holding. I was wondering why you were holding it, but that makes more sense, because it didn't ever really, like, fuck you over enough to pull back down. Price is already above this key area, so watching over 674 is for more upside in case price starts above. In any case, of breaking down under the key area and 668's price could test lower 650. Damn, what a nerd. More context, always the second thing. My freaking bro, dude. You spelled second wrong. But you did get it right. Yes, always the second thing. So here's the first thing he was using, and then the second thing came. Dude, actually, y'all traded the exact same entry. She took PML, but that's CDO on SPY. That's actually a super sick. I was like, the more I was looking at it, I was like, wait a minute. I just read this trade review. It's the same trade. Y'all just took it on different charts. SPX and SPY. That's actually kind of fucking nuts. Good shit, guys. Very, very cool. See what I'm talking about? Like, I didn't have to hold anybody's hand. They all did that on their own. We don't hold hands here. Calls here, or is that chasing? I would think it's chasing, but I don't want to stop you from taking risks because it did pop above a good level, held a good level, and has a higher low. So, I mean, technically it should still keep going up. But I'm a little hesitant from what I told you earlier. It's just like we've already gapped up so much. We consolidated. We moved down a pretty good amount. Consolidated. We went up again a pretty good amount. Like, we've actually moved a lot today. I don't know if anybody has ATR gauge on their chart anymore, but if you do, I almost promise it's pretty high. I wouldn't be surprised if it's already near or over 50% for the day. Do I stream every day? No, not every day. I do take breaks in between, or some days, like if we trade a bunch, or if I had a bunch of swings or something, like I will not stream that next day. And then I've been trying to avoid like days with like a lot of data because it just turned into a lot of consolidation days. So like Thursday and Friday this week, I probably won't stream. But I stream a lot. We go over a lot in each stream. I take it personally to actually go over shit, not just call outs and guys, let's catch this, guys, let's catch that, guys, let's get this swing. Like, I like to also just go over shit too. Because I have a lot of people in my group who know what the hell's going on. It's just there's like maybe a couple things I need to work on here or there, like some micro stuff. And then it's like, click, they're good. I got a lot of self-sufficient traders in my chat. What about when we cross the road? Yeah, maybe. Review posted? No way. Yeah, what's up, Tobias? Went up to 80, dipped as I exited, more like 60%. Brother. Wait, this is a real trade. Wait, he did it too. What the fuck? He did the higher low above 677s. He literally did that. This is Gary over here. Brother. This is beautiful. I don't say this much, but that's another 10 out of 10 trade. That's a 10 out of 10. This was a 10 out of 10. That was a 10 out of 10. I don't even know what he did, but I'm assuming that's a 10 out of a 10. Clearly that was a 10 out of a 10. There hasn't been a bad trade in here yet. Brother, this was really good, Gary. Gary, this was like really good. Oi, what's up, Tobias? I'm happy to join today. I have a cold, so lying on the bed, but reviewed with you. I am good. Oh, I'm glad I was here at least with you while you were sick. Sorry to hear about that. Not with live money yet, so trying to figure it out. Yeah, take your time. Go through some reps. Get your, like, ask Gary. Gary's a great example. Gary, how many reps have you gotten before you did this? How many reps were you getting before you did this? Just to kind of put it into perspective for SK and maybe anybody else in here who might, you know, think like, oh, you know, I want to take time to learn. Like, you should take time to get your reps before you go live. It amazes me how many people just jump into a live account instantly. But Gary, how many reps would you say you got before this? If he's in the stream still. I am thinking context is more important than exact entry. No, what 100% is, SK. Like, your entry is important. Don't get me wrong. Like, we're not trying to take away from that. We're just trying to highlight just how important your context truly is. He said thousands of reps. Like, and you know what's really cool about Gary? You can go right here, and you can type, actually, you can just click this. From Linwood. Can I type N? End result in review. Okay, nice. I actually did it correctly. And you can start from the beginning of all of his posts, but this man has been posting paper trades proudly. Mental trades proudly. He didn't come in here and be like, oh, and give us some pity party bullshit, you know. He didn't come in here and do all that. He came in here and got to work. He got reps for thousands and thousands of reps. And he only posted a couple hundred of them in here. Which is crazy, by the way. That's actually a lot. And now he's taking the time to take these trades. Like, and look at that. He had not just a good entry, but he had the understanding on how to hold it long enough to make 67%, over 60%. That's crazy. It's not his first live trade ever, but it's like, it's one of his first trades in a while. Because he practices so much. He gets so many reps. So not just SK in here, but everybody. Don't feel ashamed. if you feel ashamed, like, you're just an idiot. Just know you're being an idiot in that moment. Never feel ashamed about getting reps or having to practice. It's like if you were a fat person going to the gym and people were making fun of you. It's like, you shouldn't feel ashamed because those assholes are making fun of you. You're the one taking the time to actually go in. Anyone that actually gives a shit about working out in a healthy lifestyle would look at you and be like, good for them. You know, good for them. They're actually stepping into the gym and working their ass off regardless of how people look at them or laugh at them or whatever they may say. And you'd be surprised how many people might even support that person and be like, yeah, good shit. You came in the gym. Here's some weights. Here, try this. Here's some tips. It's the same thing with trading. He came in here and he didn't care that he was the fat person in the gym. And all of us were just like, yo, keep doing you. We just kept supporting him. Look, how many trades that say paper on them? Like, man got his reps. And now he knows, too, the patience of, like, timing. Like, he's not going to trade every single day. Like, I almost promise you, you won't see him posting here every single day about a live trade, but you will see him post every day because he'll be getting reps. He's abusing getting paper reps without losing all his money and getting really good productive practice through it. A true leader by example right here. And it's funny too, because like he's gone through some shit in life and doesn't ever pity party about it in here. Like, he just gets to work. You know, he could be in here bitching and moaning about all these little things and all these other big things and all that, but he doesn't do that. He just gets straight to work. All right, sorry, I was talking. I didn't read anything. I've been paper trading since I started here several years ago. Linwood in here every day doing paper trades, mental reps to see the grind and growth. No, it honestly almost made me tear up. As soon as I saw that post, I was like, wait a minute, this is a real trade. And he killed it. And he was in the stream, too, typing a couple times, too. Like, pressure didn't even get to him. He just let the chart do the work for himself. Also, great work, Letterbuck, on your big gain today, too. I didn't get to see all your updates, so I didn't get to catch up on exactly how you did it, but I am very happy for your huge gain, dude. Seriously. Big dub. I'll make sure to go in the chat and try to catch up on everything. Good shit, though. Round of applause for Letterbuck and for Gary. But yeah, Linwood truly, like, a lot of us have been just, like, watching his story unfold, so it's so cool to see. Because, you know, you get people that come in here and they just, bam, succeed instantly. And then you have people who come in here and, like, they take their sweet time and they do really good work. And it's like a slow success story, but it's still, like, same outcome. So it's kind of cool seeing both and experiencing both and understanding that really everybody really is different. There really isn't just one path. I go back to mental trading all the time. I learned so much. I learned so much better on your mental trades. Okay, yeah. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because like we don't have that like dollar attachment or there's no risk involved. But it's so nice to like be able to separate that mindset because you can actually learn from your mental reps instead of saying, "Oh, I didn't make any money on this. It was a bad trade." You know, you're actually able to take away from what you were practicing or looking at, even though you didn't have any risk on. I had bad trades too. Got bumped trying to hold until the gap fib with the same day. I need a lot more mental reps. I think all of us do. Dr. J, respect. From yellow to... Well, I guess I shouldn't say the colors, and I'll be labeled racist. But he's got all the races there, waving. Good shit. First trade was the higher low off current day open. Time decay got me with a way out of the money same day. Oh, I see. And since it didn't pan out, and it took a while, yeah. But hey, you learned. And honestly, after the higher open, like unless you're catching that initial move or it's like it doesn't launch instantly for you to be able to catch the initial move that's after that, like you should just avoid it. Wait for consolidation, wait for a lead test, or a later on higher low. You just did every color available. Yeah, I noticed you left out the green and purple people. That's kind of racist. Or should I say YouTube left them out? We're just not counting Namekians as people anymore? Cool. Purple people don't exist? Yeah. You know, Sniper Hunter Trader 204060, he's actually a purple people. Purple people don't exist? No, that's why I'm sarcastically questioning it. YouTube's racist, dude. Keep your breath in long enough and you part of the group. I like how fast you typed that. 680 hit. It did indeed. Which is kind of nuts. Again, us hitting 680 today is actually pretty nuts. Some of my best friends are purple. That's what I'm saying, bro. Some of the best people in society are purple. But no purple hand emoji. Crazy. Crazy work. I think if it reaches an important level, it likes to consolidate so it can burn options. That's why Bueller says don't enter, wait for the first, for the second. Exactly. That's why you went in for the second thing, because not just for confirmation, but exactly for the reason you just stated. Because you're probably witnessing a lot of like, not just like them burning up options. I don't like to just say like, oh, market makers are so evil and they're just burning up options. Like it might also just be straight up indecision. Like you might have a lot of people who are like switching up their opinions on where the market can go. Like a lot of money switching up. So it could just be a good indecision sign too. And it's like, oh shit, I'll wait for the next thing. And then you catch that second thing and it's like, bam, I'm in. And it worked here like on Rigny's trade, Dividends trade. God, I cannot zoom in today. But like he waited for the take of it and then it was like, well, the first thing wasn't going to work. That would have sucked. So he waited for the second thing. And then it gave him a lot more passive entry and there was almost no decision making for him. Like it was just clear as day he has to keep holding. Right? Whereas this other situation, he would have had a little bit of a mental battle with himself going, should I keep holding that? Should I not? So that's a good way of putting it too, SK. Not just, market maker looking out to fuck us all, even though they probably want to. But just indecision. It's not always going to be perfect amount of buyers, perfect amount of sellers. We might actually have to see some indecision first. That's why waiting on that second thing. I know it's probably really stupid and childish to keep calling it the second thing, but it just makes the most sense. What about the Purple People Eater? I mean, there is a song about him. I know, right? But no purple hand emoji. YouTube, you hearing this? It's probably on YouTube as well. You could probably find that video on YouTube. Man, I should have held. Just kidding. I was going to say, if I don't see a just kidding after that. I think those are the messages that I hate the most. When like you do like really good and you did really good on your trade and you like prepped it, you killed it, and then afterwards you're like, I should have held this longer. It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. You didn't even plan that. I see indecision. And maybe it is market makers fucking people, SK, but I think just saying indecision is just a quicker way of noticing something, and you could actually just be like, all right, I see indecision, I wait. After indecision, I find the thing I need to kind of give me the key I need to get in or out, or to short or go long, whatever it is. Kind of using it as like a, hey, wake up, get ready. Like when I see a doji or a gapped up small body candle on like a daily time frame, that's like my trigger to be like, okay, wake up, something's happening soon. Because when I see that, I see exhaustion, or if it's like a doji, a lot of the times the next candle tells you where it's trying to go next. Shout out to you guys, man. Thank you guys for clicking on the stream today. And typing such great messages, taking such great trades, asking such great questions. Trying to understand shit so you can do it on your own. I like it. And maybe even too, like with Gary's situation, I love that like we've been able to actually learn so much from it. Like a noob could have literally just been following along and enjoyed so much of that journey. And now seeing the fruit of it. It's just so cool. You think it's probably people taking profit? Yeah, probably.
It's probably not even like, oh, this is bearish. It probably literally is like, okay, guys, I think I'm gonna get out of this. I'm up. Similar to how a lot of you just did with some of your trades, like Rigney, Nikki, a few other people, like getting out just now, like makes sense to me. So it makes sense why the price action might be doing that too. High IQ message by Garden Trader yet again. And I'm not being sarcastic. That was legit. I know sometimes I can come off a bit sarcastic. I promise I'm not, though. And we'll see what happens from here. Because, yeah, with profit taking, I wonder if they just consolidate out right here. Mike, I'm pretty sure you're the one who told me that one. I've been waiting for days for someone to tell me who the hell said this, and I said it was either Sandollar or Mike who told me this. I've had this on the best shit ever watch list, and I didn't even know why. I just knew that it was because of one of you two, so I knew not to delete it. And look at you now, type in NVT. You exposed yourself. I knew this was from one of you two nerds. I kept it there the whole time, too, because I was like, one of these days they're going to mention it again, and I'm going to call them out. These are like all Sandollar, me, or Mike tickers, or Matty Ice in Rivian's case. Every single one of these are like a culmination of our best tickers combined into one watch list for like investment long term. I don't even remember why you said NVT to me though. I don't remember. But I remembered I liked it a lot, and there was a really good reason for it. But for the love of anything that's good in this world, I do not remember why. But that's how much Mike means to me, man. Even if I didn't understand it, I kept it. Pull back to 679.22 and launch. My paper account will be ready. I don't know about and launch, but it definitely should go down to 679.20. I mean, I guess it could launch if it doesn't break it. At this point, I don't know how we're still moving. I'm waiting for like 6 dojis to appear in a row on the 5-minute. Yeah, we've already used 68% of the true range. That is insane. Just for emphasis, the daily true range is 5. We've already gone over that. Meaning, we normally move $5 up and down in a day. This has already moved over 7. That's fucking nuts. It's not counting dollars. I forgot what that's actually counting, but it gives you like a good little range amount. I haven't turned that label on in forever, but I knew I still had it. But that gives you a good estimate of like, should we keep moving or not? It's like, 68% is pretty nuts considering it's only 12:30. There's still a lot of like normal market volume that's going to go through this. That'll probably break 100% today. I really haven't looked at that label in a while though. And then the daily volume average is 74.5 million. We've already hit basically 41 million. So we're already at a 55% amount of the volume we use on a daily average. And it is not even, I mean, it's about to be 12:30. But there's still 2.5 hours left in the day. If you measure, oh yeah, and if you measure from PDC, it's even crazier. That's why I like to point that out, because like this is 68%, but it's like that's not even counting the gap. I don't think, because it's a lot of movement. You got to count the move up, move down, move up. It's like whatever that number is, like it's a lot, and that's way above our like daily average. But it's funny because our volume isn't that crazy yet. You could say it's like on par with like a normal day. Because by the end of the day, that probably will reach like 60, 70 million. Water is the best, man. What a day. What a stream. There's another Robinhood IPO on November 19th called Glue. Igloo, maybe? Not sure I'm going to play. It seems to be good. Religion and AI? Huh? I gotta look that one up. You weren't joking. You actually weren't joking. That was actually a good description. A technology platform connecting the faith ecosystem. What the fuck does that even mean? Glue serves over 140,000 faith, ministry, and nonprofit leaders and is based in Boulder, Colorado. How can I buy 1 million shares of this? How does one access 1 billion shares of that? That might be a good one, Dr. J. I'm not gonna say certain things because I know it might piss people off, but you're gonna want to get into that one. Good to see the people eat. It truly is, man. It truly is. It really is. By the way, good work, Carter, while I was gone. Even though I wasn't there every day last week. You guys did a good job of still getting a couple good posts out. And I like that when I went in here, it wasn't like a shit ton. It was just like important stuff. I don't know why I'm replying to you in here when you're in my stream. But there's actually some really good posts in here. I really liked this one. This one could have been better. That was Devontae. I really liked this post because of what you said somewhere. Where is it? Oh, right here. Could be an IB or smaller ranging day. Like, even if it wasn't, I like that you're looking for those kinds of days in between. You're kind of looking for those, oh, we just had a big move a couple days in a row. We should have an IB type day. This was also cool by him. He said failed bulls can be a bearish sign, so he entered puts. I thought that was cool. Very good. What else did I like? What else, what did I say? Oh yeah. See, I did comment on that. Yeah, that was about it. I didn't have any other notes for y'all. Whoops. And y'all don't have to post every day, like with your prep stuff. Like if you're doing it on your own, like that's fine with me. We're kind of past that. Like y'all know how to prep. If there is ever any times where you might think like, oh, I don't know about this one, like then post it. Like if there's ever a day where you're like, oh, this is kind of a hairy one, I don't understand this one, then throw it up there. But for the most part, I know y'all got that part down. But I do like the reviews y'all post. If there's ever any small things you notice in the day that I can comment on later on, throw those out. I think that's it though. I kind of killed it with that. I did good choosing Devontae and Carter to be the first two. That's for damn sure. I knew when I came back and I didn't see like a spammed channel, I was like, yep, this was right. Like it was just straight up to the point post. I like that. Not a bunch of excess shit. Plus, it's also easier for someone who's in there who might just be reading and they'll see that and be like, oh, okay, cool. They can actually just go through it without it being too much or too overwhelming. Yeah, we can go over Tesla here in a second. Let me know what time frame you want me to look at. UPST at the central or at April's control point. Oh yeah, UPST is a banger ticker. I think I have it on like 3 different watch lists. Tobias. I just saw what you said. I have a next week for Glue. It has energy on X, and I noticed IP has 10 to 12 million. Spy double top, drop it. I'm only talking about the first 30 minutes of IPO, not as investment. Yeah, that's what I was. No, that's not what I was doing actually. Still though, the initial hype on that's going to be crazy though, right? I feel like as soon as people see that there's a stock that's related to religion and AI, they're going to be like, "What?" And just start buying it. That is crazy though. That's the first time I've heard of anything like that. Not really a hater, I just don't understand it. I'm back, my lunch made, and car cleaned off. Nice. Oh yeah, you gotta go to work in a little bit. Alright, DDev, let's go check out Tesla, and then we're gonna look at UPST. What? Oh, I must have been charting that on my own time. It's just weird, I labeled it 467. So I'm just trying to remember back on what I've actually talked about on Tesla recently. The last time I looked at Tesla, I was kind of just talking about it when we were popping up to this point. Ever since we hit this, I haven't really talked about Tesla that much besides like scalpable levels for like people trading it just for that day, because I do that a lot. I post Tesla a lot. But honestly, this like consolidation between what this is like weekly zones. So this is like the all-time high, and this is like the lower high of the all-time high. And basically, what we're doing is we're under one, but we're above the other. So the amount of consolidation you're seeing here is actually normal. Like seeing all this just trapped here, it's actually pretty normal. But I would say over time, this is a good sign for buyers more than it is for sellers. Of course, if the market was to come down and over time tech stocks come down and discretionary follows suit with that, then of course that would bring Tesla down with it most likely. But no, I mean for right now, you should still just be bullish Tesla. I don't know what you're looking at for in terms of like are you looking to swing this? Are you looking at this long term? Like, what are you looking at? I know you said the hourly, but are you a scalper? I know you're not a scalper. You just said the hourly. But are you looking to swing this, or what are you looking for? Because I won't lie, I do like that it finally came back down again last week, so we could finally get some sort of upside opportunity. At a better spot where it actually makes sense to buy it. But in case you're one of those people that are like, it's kind of boring that it's just sitting here still. Like, actually, it makes so much sense that it's just sitting here still. It kind of did its thing, and it's just sitting here waiting for the market more. Because technically, the market hasn't moved up more. So why would Tesla? other weights finally just now caught up. Like Tesla's one of the weights that's under all-time high. A lot of these big weights are. Some of them aren't. Like Microsoft for a while wasn't. As you can see, they're nowhere near it now. But they did finally catch up after a while. So I think honestly, Tesla's like one of those ones that's like ahead of its time. It's like waiting for everybody else to make up their damn mind. So you might not get a lot of crazy movements on this unless some news comes out. You do have data into this week though, so we could see some pretty nice single directional movements on the market. But in all honesty though, if you see struggle with this level, kind of like we did here in like lower highs under this level, you probably will see it come down to the lower 400 mark to go down to that level again. So just keep that in mind. If you see any more weakness under this level, it probably is indicating to go down to 400, 404. That's just my look, though. You let me know if you have anything different. Yep, I'm still going, Maddie. You know how it is, brother. I just lock in. I put on my Michigan goggles, and I just lock in. Buddy Christ AI. Religion and AI stock? My grandma's going to be calling me. Thanks. No problem, D-Dev. And if you have anything to like say on top of that, or if you have anything that like went against anything I said, please feel free to share. It isn't like I'm not a communist. Please feel free to share whatever you got. Regardless if it makes me look good or not. You know, it's not about that. If you have something to share, please feel free to. What else we got in here? I got to look at a couple mic tickers as well. Even though I'm honestly kind of I already have UPST in my head. Neg? Neg is on crack. Got to be very careful when you pronounce this one. You're not lying, though. They are on crack. Gotta be careful when you say that one. My bad, Gary. What are you on? Negative gap fib incoming. Small swings? Oh, I'll try to find some small swings if that's what you're meaning. I tried to find some at the end of last week, but I didn't find anything that I really liked. Equity up 47% since late October. Let's go. W Mike? W Mike? You're waiting for that last part. Yeah, you gotta be careful. I'm actually really happy to see this coming down because it wasn't really a clear sign that interest rates were going to keep getting cut. And we all got to remember that this actually benefits a lot when interest rates get cut or if we think they're going to get cut in the future. So this is actually a really good one to watch for the long term. It probably was hard for it to go up this last time because you had the government shut down. There was like a lot of news the last time the interest rate got cut, like right after that, that like kind of took everybody's interest away. It went from interest rate to interest what? So I wonder if that had any effect on it or not. But I would like to see how UPS does over the long haul. Because last time I didn't trust it, it did really well. I didn't trust like what Lulen had like covered. And then now that I've learned about it, it's like, oh shit. So now I know to keep watch on UPST when interest rates get cut or if they start to look like they're going to get cut more because UPST will directly benefit from that. Round of applause, though, for my boy Mike. Damn, dropped the ball Friday. Took a 681 call for end of the week last Thursday. Paper handed it Friday for minus 50%. Now up over 50%. Of course. Of fucking course. How you doing, by the way, Maddie? Hope you're doing good, man. My boy Maddie from Michigan. pretty cold up there, I heard. Oh, wait, you said that earlier. You, like, got back and there was snow because Dividend, like, bought a bunch of snow and put it in Michigan. Because he's, like, a 1%er and he could totally do that. Doing good, getting settled back in at home. I miss the Florida weather. Oh, I bet you do, brother. I bet you do. Florida weather's pretty nice. It's like if Texas weather was like 10% better. And there's beaches that aren't ugly as shit. F is being... Oh, Ford is being a pain for me. I just like toying around with it. Yeah, I've always struggled with swing trading Ford. I think like one of my very first trades was Ford. I did really good on it. And then I had that like success bias of like, oh, I made money on this. I'll do good on it. And I kept, it's like an abusive relationship, really. It's like I didn't need to be trading Ford. It does have good setups, though. Are you doing the scanners like I showed you with the EMAs or no? If not, we can get that set up so you can start going through them as well. We need to do that one stream. I need to go back through that all and like make all of you set it up on your own screens as well. Because it's not just on Thinkorswim. You could do this on like FinViz even. And then you could have a scanner list pop up. And then go through them on your own. And then you could all end up finding like really good swing trades together. And it takes like 20 minutes tops to go through it all. Maybe even less if it's a smaller list. But maybe we'll do one of those streams. I'll do another swing stream some point, and we'll go over that stuff. I'll make it focused on that instead of like finding a swing. We'll go through the scanner stuff so you guys can all like put it up on your shit on your own. And whether I stream or not, you can find it. And sometimes too, you'll see like when you go through it on your own, you'll see a lot of my trades are literally just from that. For the swings, it's all the same thing. So yeah, maybe we'll do a scanner stream one day. Because I've shown it and gone through it and I explained it. It's not like I'm like gatekeeping it or anything. But maybe we could have a stream that's entirely focused on it so people could truly do it on their own if they wanted to. So yeah, maybe we'll do that soon. I wouldn't mind because I like showing you guys shit so you can do it and then you could fucking help me find one. I honestly love when someone's like, yo, Bueller, are you watching this? And I'm like, no, I'm not watching that. And then I pull it up and I'm like, now I am. Now I'm watching this. And it's like a great ticker, a great setup, or there's like some candlestick pattern we both like. I can't tell you how many times someone from chat has been the one that's like led me to a play. And then like maybe a week or two go by and I'm like, yo, did you see that play I caught on it? They're like, what? Like UPS with Mike. Like Mike wasn't even here when we traded it, but he had been mentioning it for months on end. Then we finally saw a setup we liked, bam, got it. So it's kind of nice when like a lot of people do that together and it's like good teamwork in the chat because then we could truly take advantage of like the best setups. I would have missed UPS 10 out of 10 times if he didn't say it. Appreciate the time today. You too, Carter. I'm glad I could be here. Sorry I wasn't here the end of the week last week. But I was happy I could be here for a long period of time. Thanks for catching the stream. And thanks for the BB Workshop stuff, too. Not yet. Basically, fib level and higher time frames with candle stock patterns, weak out on cons. Okay, that's honestly a really good start, though. Tried making a scanner on AI, and it's made me realize it's not as smart as people says. Oh, no, yeah. What people don't realize about AI that exists today is a lot of the AI is like... It's just a big inventory of answers. You can confuse AI really quickly, but that's not the same AI as what like NVIDIA is using. Like, do you think NVIDIA is just sitting there typing to ChatGPT? No. They have a fucking supercomputer processing all this. So there is stupid AI, but there is also some very intelligent AI. But you and me don't have access to that. It's just an inventory of answers. You can even make it like freak out. Like I saw a video that was like, he made it like try to answer in certain languages, and then it ended up typing like the most insane paragraphs of random text and symbols you've ever seen. It wasn't even like actual like language. It was just gibberish. because he confused it. I've seen that time and time again. And you could do that from the source, so it's not like it's just on ChatGPT. Like, that's the AI itself. They just haven't decided to make it smarter yet. Now, don't get me wrong. You can access some smarter AIs, like I don't even remember the name of them all now, and like pay to use them and stuff. But like, even those are like just inventories of answers. You're not truly talking to like an AI that's on the fly answering you. It's just literally copy pasting. I'm holding my UPS forever and ever and ever. I respect the fuck out of that, as you should. Then again, you have all the bangers, Maddie. Yo, Rocket Lab has earnings this week, I think. Oh, it's aftermarket today. Holy shit. Yuck. I'm using Perplexity. It uses all the AI models and they could help me. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wish you had Rocket Lab? Yeah, but you got Rivian. Which is basically a rocket waiting to happen. It is crazy. You could have honestly just sat in my chat like a ghost and just like read messages and just straight up bought everything Maddie or Mike or Sandollar have posted in the last like 3 years. Like shares and shit. And you'd probably be sitting here pretty fucking happy right now. Like it's pretty great. And they're not pointing out like the obvious dumb shit like, "Oh guys, buy Apple. Buy Apple." No shit. Buy Spy. No shit. Like someone tells you that, that's like obvious advice. But it's really nice when someone brings up like, "Hey, have you looked at UPS in a while?" No, I haven't looked at UPS in a while. Who the hell looks at UPS? And then it ends up turning into one of your bigger winners. Rocket Lab, PayPal, Lamb Weston. Like, there's so many weird, boring names that people just overlook because they're not exciting. It's crazy to me. Those are some of the best plays. You think everybody was talking about GameStop before that shit happened? No, nobody wanted to talk about GameStop. Even when it did happen, nobody wanted to talk about it. Like, because it's GameStop. But everybody wanted to talk about Tesla and Apple and Google and all these other ones. Like, it's because they're the exciting stocks. But it's not so exciting to talk about the not exciting stocks. But it's funny because those end up being like kind of some of your most insane returns, or some of those weird, boring stocks that not everybody's looking at or paying attention to. Oh yeah, Tap as well. Tap's another good one. I need to put that on the best shit ever watch list. Huh? Oh, I put TAPS. I put Taps. Yeah, Open and Oklo. Like, and it's funny because, like, if anybody's like, "Yo, those were in your chat too," like you just did, like, I can't even be like, "Yeah, I posted those." No, I didn't. I didn't post them a single time. Those were all like $1. Oklo especially. This is probably the craziest one I've seen from my chat in terms of like actual return. You got to remember how long he's been mentioning Oklo. I mean, he probably mentioned this at like 12 or 17 a share, and I was like, haha, yeah, we'll watch this. It literally went to 200 almost. And Maddie is one of the people in chat that actually did do it. He actually got into it and then just held it forever. Like, what? I think Fig is going to be that one next. This is another one Sandollar told me about. And when we're talking about Sandollar or Mike, you have to understand we are essentially talking about the same person. Because their plays are like the exact same thing. They're like something you wouldn't have had on your radar beforehand. And when you do look at it, you're going to be like, eh. And then it ends up turning into like the craziest win every time. Not every time, but almost every time. It's like actually fucking nuts. So that's why I like that too. I like the teamwork we got going. Everybody in chat just likes to see people in chat win. So they do their best to like find their best stickers or do their best work or, you know. It's just kind of cool. Bunch of nerds. Alright, I think I can clean this chart up a little bit now. I think I'll leave that one. And we'll leave that because that was near PML. Yeah, Tobias too. I didn't even give Tobias his flowers. Tobias is another person who's been posting bangers for a couple years now. IREN to be one of them. Iren. KMX trying to borrow bottom. KMX. Oh, Carmax. Bro, do you remember that first rally? Or not the first, the second rally? Not this one. It was one of these. One of these like blew my mind. I was like, what is this doing? Yeah, Carmax could be one to look at. And yeah, we'll look at Iron to give Tobias his props. Probably the other craziest pick in the chat. I would have to say if there was like a list over the history of my entire chat, like Roku's probably the craziest pick I've seen someone choose that actually did do like thousands of %. That was from Jason in the very beginning of my chat. I would put Oklo up there and Iron probably up there as well. Like I can't even put any of my own picks up there because I don't think any of my picks have been that crazy. Like ET was all right. PayPal was good. We had a couple like Nike, you know, shit like that. Rocket Lab, maybe Rocket Lab's a good one, but these other ones have just been massive. And it only took like a year, like a year or two. And their names like nobody's mentioning. Nobody's talking about. Like I don't know a single person talking about IREN. Except Tobias. And it did amazing. So it's kind of cool too. You got all the different people in chat finding cool ass plays like that. Shout out the Netherlands. PayPal is good. Fuck you mean it's still loaded. Oh no, I just meant like in terms of like the winners that have already been had. PayPal was not as big of a winner yet as like Oklo or Iron or the other one I said. It was a good win, don't get me wrong, and it's still not done technically, but still. Who knows? I mean, maybe in 2 years we're talking about how great PayPal was, how great of a call out that was. You just got to remember that there is a large number of people that are in this world that will sit there and be like, bro, fuck PayPal. I don't use PayPal. I would rather use Venmo. It's like, who wants to tell him? You know? That part always gets me. We will be. Deviant laugh in the background. If KMX can just do half of what Carvana did. That's what I was thinking of was Carvana, not CarMax. This is what I was thinking of. Yeah, this was what I was thinking of was this. Because I've almost built a Carvana before. I was like, yeah, these are pretty crazy. Oh, no, not C-Max. What is it again? Oh, K-Max. Or KMX. Yeah, we might have to throw that on the watch list just to keep it there, just to see what's up. Is it going to follow? I also like to keep a good look on CCL and RCL, because these are like two completely different companies, but the same damn thing at the same time. And yeah, Royal going up more makes sense. They're... Carnival's like your one that anyone can go on. Royal's like the one you spend extra money to go on. A little more luxurious. A little more expensive. You can get just as hammered on either of them, though. Don't take it from me. I've never been on a cruise. Take it from an actual cruise expert. Fucking Dylan from back in the day. I would never have done research on RCL or CCL if it wasn't for that man. Tobias is the man he is. He's definitely my favorite person from the Netherlands. You know, not that there's anyone to compete with him, but, you know. Almost 50 likes on today's stream. That is pretty effing nuts. Oh, it's almost 1. I had no plans to go this long. I was just like, vibe. Let's just vibe. Let's see how long we go. Almost 1 o'clock. Oops, I forgot to like plus 1 more. Oh. Ah, you're good. I don't even really care about the likes themselves. I personally just use it as like an indication of like, okay, people are here, they're present, they wanted to be here, they showed up enough to click something. Like, that's how I use it. I don't actually know if it actually helps the channel or not. Oh yeah, let me add those before we forget them. Oh wait, that one already got added. Alright, we got Carmax there. And then we got Bull. I'm still holding. I said it the other day, and I'll say it again. I'm just gonna keep holding. I truly think the exposure got to that one. That went from literally no one talking about it to everybody and their grandma was talking about it. UNH is still here? I thought we would have dipped down more by then. XOM popping up. I will not be surprised by that. Those higher lows looking good for some fresh new highs. XOM could be a good watch for some highs. I didn't look at its counterpart, CVX. Whatever happened to J&J? They literally just sat there. Okay. I'm honestly still waiting for this one to dump. I'm surprised it hasn't yet. It's kind of hard to sit here and call out another gamble short on it, but that looks good for dipping, and then XOM looks good for going up. For some of your bigger market weights, at least. Yes, sir. I got 25 shares around 44. I believe Green Candlestick is in as well. He probably has like 1,000 shares at 44. Knowing Adam. Adam just has like an endless supply of dough. I was like gaslighting all the people in my chat thinking they're all like rich as shit. Yeah, bro, Adam probably dropped like 10 million on that. At least. That's like a baseline trade for him. 10 mil. That's just like another day in the office to him. Okay, nice. I'll keep an eye on it and start nibbling on it. Nice. See, now I know Taps is going to be a good play. Mel or Adam? Adam. I was talking about Adam. I didn't have to gaslight Mel at all. He gaslit himself. Mel or Adam? That's a good one. Now that's Adam, bro. He drops at least like 2.5 bill per trade. Up to 10 if he's feeling it. You know, that's just like if he feels like opening his eyelids a little bit more, maybe 10 mil. No, always gaslight Adam because Adam's like a really good person. So he'll take the gaslighting like really weird, but it'd be really funny. Because he's like not a piece of shit. So he won't take it a weird direction. Never gaslight a weirdo. Unless you're just trying to piss them off. Always gaslight your good friend. The friend that would never hurt a fly. That's the person you want to gaslight. $680 was promised them to. Dude, you are not lying. $680 was promised them 2,000 years ago. Hold on, I gotta copy that. That was actually like, that might be comment of the day. $680 was promised to them 2,000 years ago. Jesus Christ died on the sins for $680. On the cross for $680. $680 was written before all of us existed. Dang, GFS has been on a slide. Is that the... No, I was thinking of a different one. Microprocessor. They do a lot of processors, huh? Earnings on Wednesday. Whenever Whirlpool finds a bottom, I'll be adding more. Yeah, please let me know when you do that, because I've actually been waiting to see you mention this one again. I've been waiting to add it to my best shit ever for a while because of you and Leland. The only two people I've ever seen mention this are Leland and you. I just realized what time frame I don't even have on here. I don't have the yearly on here. What the hell? What did I do? Oh, it was finally loading in. I was wondering why that was wrong. There is so much like consolidation right here, like between here and here. These are all 1 year, by the way. There's a lot of years right there in the same spot. They're returning to the spot where it gets boring. So honestly, between here, there is something to cook. I don't know if I'd say the whole area itself. I mean, I guess you could, but like you could literally be like, I'm DCAing here, but like Maddie said, probably wait till it actually stops once because it hasn't really stopped yet. That's a pretty big area below still too. If we're talking like the whole range itself, no levels or anything. So technically, it could just be getting ramped up to go more too. But yeah, Whirlpool needs to be on watch. Honestly, we need to add UPST to this as well. UPST is going to be a sleeper. We're going to all forget about this, and then randomly this bitch is going to be like 150-ish air. Randomly. And then everybody will be like a know-it-all and be like, oh, it's because interest rates were down. That's why it went up. Like, yeah, no shit. Thanks, Jimmy Neutron. Yeah, Whirlpool needs to turn around their management. I mentioned it also with UPS, but I think they cut their dividend or the Yeah, you did mention it before, but then you said they cut dividends, so we were like, let's just leave it alone for a while. But it's been a while since we had that conversation. So it could be worth looking at it again. But I think both of you are right. I think it just needs more time. But could be a future sleeper. The dividend percentage was attractive, but management playing. You believe they're restructuring? Yeah, I think you're right. Hoping at 90s that wick low on the monthly, but it probably goes lower to be. Yeah, it's probably going to go lower. As shitty as that sounds. Still, though, worth looking at. What did Gary mean by BAF? I just saw that. Looks like a BlackRock thing. Or was he saying based as fuck? Oh, broke. Fair enough. Damn, we're 1 like away from 50. I didn't even know we knew 50 people. Just when I thought I was irrelevant, we know 50 people. Holy shit. I blinked and it went from 49 to 50. Oh, the millionaires in here. I made it 50. Congrats, dude. Thank you for typing that. Now I know who to give credit to. Without you, there wouldn't have been the 50th. Think about that. Or don't think on it. Either way, though, thank you. Thank you all. Seriously. Like, I really do say, like, 20 is, like, my goal. Not to be, like, some humble, small goal and, like, pretend or anything. But it really is, like, 20. Because, like, some days, like, the market's boring. And I don't even blame people for not even clicking on a stream. Like, I wouldn't want to watch this shit either. It's boring. But, like, on a day like today, yeah, like, there was movement. We were talkative. There was a lot of shit to cover. A lot of cool people were asking cool questions. So, I mean, it's just a lot. But seriously, thank you guys. Because, I mean, again, these streams wouldn't be possible without you guys. Like, it's easy for me to start the stream. I love streaming and stuff, but, like, it's hard to maintain streaming whenever, like, you have these, like, periods where it's just like, the stream was alright. Like, and it's not really, like, anyone's fault. Like, not like the audience sucks or, like, or maybe I'm just having an off day or whatever, but it's just, like, I don't know. You just have these, like, couple days, periods where you're, like, you feel weird and you're like, why am I streaming right now? So it's really nice when we have like a really good day where a lot of people made money or we got to talk about a lot of cool things or just it just felt like a productive stream, you know. Pretty cool. And even if you guys are just like a lurker and you don't even say anything, you just like are in the background all the time, you don't even say, like I appreciate even you. Like there's a lot of cool people who lurk and like add their 2 cents very rarely, but like even that much helps. Hopefully steering everybody in the same direction. Not to say it's the right or the wrong direction. You know, I'm not God. I'm not going to sit up here and say this is the best strategy ever, best community ever. Nothing like that, but it's cool to have a group where you truly can look back at a couple of people and be like, yeah, they know what they're doing. And like when I am gone, like a day or two, or like here or there, like it's so cool. Like you look back in the chat and it's just like it still flowed as if I was there. Like there's so many people that are just like I don't even know what to call it or how to explain it. That are just on it. They know what they're going for. They know what their routine is. And it's nice when like you see those people kind of shed that in the chat because there might be like some newbie or somebody who's new to this or somebody who isn't new to this and has just struggled somewhere else and is just like really having a hard time trusting another group. It's really cool because I feel like we're like the rebound girlfriend. Like you have like a really bad time with your first girlfriend and then you rebound and you come to this group and you're like, yo, holy shit, this is how it's supposed to work. And you probably are a little confused at first because like no one's holding your hand. But then you're like, wait, this is how it should be if I ever want to learn anything. Or do this on your own or like use this strategy or even just abuse the community. Like use the community to like just have someone to talk to. Like that's cool too. I know plenty of people who just are only in a group for that reason. They don't give a shit what the owner posts or what the stream is doing or what does that. Like that's totally fine too. Like those people are also welcome. But that's the whole point of making a chat like this is to like if you're just a call out group, you're just a bunch of idiots, you know? I'm sorry to tell you that. Because no one's actually learning anything. You're gatekeeping a lot of key information that you're probably not even learning yourself. You probably stole it from somebody. That's how a lot of call out groups start. So it's kind of nice to have a group where it's like, you really could just read the trade for some random post by some person you've never seen, and it's like actually a helpful post. It's because that's what the focus is in that chat. It's to like do your best, but also in a way where like you're kind of leading by example. You know, it's because it's kind of nice. You know, you help someone else out. Not even on some weird good Samaritan shit. It's just kind of cool to be nice to someone and also be learning in the same exact amount of time. Be productive and shed some light on some stuff for someone else. Or even just reword something. There's so many times where someone rewords something I say, and I'm like, holy shit, why didn't I just say it that way? Why didn't I just be smart like they were and say it how they said it, you know? So it's also nice when someone even just rewords something I say. It's like, it's kind of nice. Something gets reset, it might hit someone a little differently, and they're like, oh my god, and then like, bam, you know, light bulb moment. I'd like twice if I could. Thank you, man. You're real. SWK was... Oh, that is another one. I do remember that being typed. Black and Decker, man. I'll add it there so we at least have it to remember. Because some of these picks took like months to finally like give us like a chance of trading it, but I guess that's the point of the list, isn't it? I shouldn't call it best shit ever. I should call it slowest shit ever. This is the best girlfriend. Yeah. We're the best. We're like the one you fall back to and you like stay with forever. I don't know if I've ever asked this on stream, but what is everyone's number one fear? Like there's people that are scared of like spiders, heights, water. What's like your weird number one fear? What's your number one irrational fear, I guess, is what I'm asking. I never watch the stream. I just need people to talk to. Real. He said, I don't care what's going on. I just need a vibe. Needs to get back above 70, 72 leveled rebound. Girlfriend. I tried that. They called it and were exiting while I was entering the call out. Oh, like groups that do that? Yeah. Well, yeah, they gotta give themselves like a little bit of comfort room so they can make their signal look better. You should see how I could abuse it. I've shown y'all before on stream, but like let's say on like that Avgo swing I did, I could have typed out like a fake ass quote and anyone would have just believed me. Like I could have been like, yeah, I exited at 800, but I actually exited at like 750. It's like, so I only lied about $50, but it makes it look so much better. Like you could lie about signals so easy. It's actually crazy. I don't think I've ever done it. I hope I haven't. There's really no need to lie when it's like a trade you're actually in too, because it's like I feel like I earned something by getting it to like in that example 750, or I think it was like 725 on Avgo. But like it felt so good hitting 725 when it was like a contract we entered for like 400 something. It was like holy shit, we risked a lot and we got a lot back. Like that was achievement. Imagine lying about like $50, like Jesus Christ. Just to make other people be like, oh wow, big percentages. It's pretty easy for people to do that. And then like what Gary just said, like he's trying to enter their signal as they're exiting it, and then it goes wrong, and they're just like, well, why didn't y'all cut? It's like, what? But when it's right, they'll be like, oh my god, how many of you were in this? How many of us got rich? Like, what? It's just really weird how they don't keep the same energy both ways. Grizzly bears are your irrational fear? That's insane. Drowning. I can swim like Michael Phelps, but I'm scared to drown. What? I can't hate too hard. I'll tell y'all mine in a minute. Mine's pretty stupid. Being hit by a car. Okay, that's actually not even an irrational fear. I feel like that's a rational fear. Because there are actually so many cars. And a lot of them are driven by idiots. Shark Ninja. Is this the one that does like that Shark Bullet product? It's like the blender. Is this that same company? We might actually have to add this to the list if it's that company. No bio? Falling is your fear? Just falling, not from a high spot, just falling in general? Mine is heights, which is really funny because I actually love going up in planes. And I've even like gone on a thing where like they let you fly. And like I was flying this thing with this one other dude in it. I flew it for like 2 hours. Like where I was in control. It was so sick. Like I love planes, but I hate heights. But when you're in a plane, it's different. It's weird. Yeah, and vacuums. All right, I'll add them. We got kind of a juicy list here now. Some really slow movers too. I like it. Like this will slowly turn into the craziest watch list from 2025. I was an iron worker, had nightmares about falling. Oh, okay, hold up. Actually, I can relate to this a little bit. When I was in plumbing, I did a lot of works on ladders, and I don't know why, and I never had these dreams until I started working there, and then I didn't have them anymore when I stopped working there. But I remember I'd have random dreams where I was on the top of a ladder and I would fall off of it. And then that would be what woke me up, is me falling off and landing on the ground was me waking up. And I would wake up and I'd be like, what the fuck? And it'd be like morning time, ready to go to work again. It's like, what? So that one's actually not that irrational. I respect that one. I respect that fear. Because that shit is like actually like, yo, what? Like when you're not in control, that would be the fear. Like not even that you're at a crazy height, that would already scare me. But it's when you're out of control of where you're at on that height. That's when it's like, oh, fuck. Well, I only have nightmares of grizzly bears chasing me. Those most terrifying thing, man. I can't outrun a grizzly. Luckily, I always wake up before they catch me. What? Dude, Al's just fighting his demons over here. I can't outrun a grizzly. Luckily, I always wake up before they catch me. That got me. 300 feet? Okay, I haven't had a dream like that. Mine were always like 15, 20 feet tops. Maybe 50 feet at the worst. Maybe. 300 feet. I definitely never jump one like that. That would actually scare the shit out of me. I'd like wake up breathing super heavy. Out of oxygen. I just fell 300 fucking feet. I mean, it's already 1:30. You want to look at I guess we'll look at some scanner watch lists, see if anything pops up for what we like to look for swings. And remember, guys, I'm really big emphasis on, I focus on the candlestick patterns. The EMAs that we turn on are literal just guidance. They're just triggers. There's like nothing else there is. It's a super simple system. So first, the list I look at is the one where stocks that are between the 9 and 21. I changed the EMA to be the 8 though, so I can have a stricter entry conditioning. So all these stocks we're about to look at are between the 9 and the 21. But we have the 8 EMA on. And then the next list will be all stocks between the 21 and the 50. But I think I have the 55 on. Can anyone else control their dreams? No, I cannot do that. I'm always like locked in position, just witnessing. I'm always a witness in my fucking dreams. Like one time I was in like a car, like in a building where there was like a shooting happening or something. And like a friend drove through the fucking building with a car and like was like, "Yo, get in." And I got in, but the whole time in my head I didn't move at all. It's really weird. No, I don't move in my dreams. I'm a complete witness in every single one of them. Like that's crazy if you can do that. That's actually nuts. To what degree can you control it? Like you could change the temperature in the dream or something? Ooh, this one didn't look bad. I don't know what that ticker is, but that's a good setup. Plenty of room to the 50. I can always tell when I'm looking at Disney's chart. You can just always tell. I wish I could control my dreams. I'd never wake up. You'd force yourself to be in a coma? That's funny. I guess it wouldn't be that bad because you'd just like control like a crazy dream for yourself. Just live like the craziest life. I guess that wouldn't be like prison. Your family would miss you, but you'd be like having the time of your life. Man, that's a great movie idea. You control your dreams so hard that you just keep yourself in a coma, but you're living like the craziest life in the inside, and then you get depressed and you miss your family, and then you wake up right as they're about to unplug you. Ooh, bam, movie idea. There you go. I just made someone in here rich. I don't even want any proceeds. Just give me like some merchandise from the movie. Give me like a t-shirt. With an autograph by the main character who's played by Brad Pitt. Actually, no, I don't know. Brad Pitt can't play a guy in a coma. We gotta play someone who needs it. Who would play that role? Anybody says the Aquaman actor, and you can get the hell out of my chat. So if something bad is going on in my dream, I can change it. Oh, that's lucid dreaming? Oh, okay, yeah, I can't do that. I'm a lucid witness. Leo? Oh yeah, I guess we could do Leo. He has played some pretty similar. Okay, yeah, Leo. It's like a Shutter Island role. Damn, the inside bar list is kind of stacked. I see Adobe down here. Ford is right here. Trade Desk. God, please don't let me forget about Trade Desk. This is such a good chart to trade. We got our one dub. I want to get another one on it. Nike coming down a lot more than I thought it would. This list is all inside bars, by the way. This is nothing. I mean, honestly, none of these scans are special. I don't want to sit up here and act like they are. They're just something that actually applies to something I look for. Those inside bars are fun because you could turn any of these charts into a day trade chart, maybe. I mean, not all of them, clearly. Maybe not some of these lower names, especially because their volume won't be enough. Actually, I take that back. I wouldn't option trade half these charts. But it's still nice to back test so you can get some good reps. Plus, on a daily chart, it's nice to know when an inside bar happens so you can know a slowdown's happening. And then you can use that information for future setups. Those are my scary dreams. I can't control those. Jesus. What is REM? So if you're a normal user, less likely to control dreams. Oh, I'm fucked then. I still have crazy dreams. I just can't control them. Like, my dreams are pretty wild still. I don't have them every night anymore, though. It's like just every now and then. Man, I used to have some of the craziest fucking dreams, though. I definitely had some 420 use in that time period, though. REM sleep, rapid eye movement. Oh, okay. That might be the first time I've seen that typed out that way. Rapid eye movement. That's like that's what we see in the movies when people are sleeping and you see like their eyes fucking going crazy under their eyelid. Watch, don't worry, darling. Wait, what? Watch, don't worry, darling. Damn, somebody made my movie idea before I thought about it. Holy shit, this is the movie I thought of. This movie came out 3 years ago. The bio is literally what I said, too. While the husbands toil away, the wives get to enjoy the beauty, luxury, and debauchery of their seemingly perfect paradise. However, when cracks in their idyllic life begin to appear, exposing flashes of something sinister lurking below the surface. Yeah, that is exactly what I was going for. Damn, I'm not original. This movie already exists. It's not exactly what I said, because I said somebody falls into a coma on their own control. But the outcome is the exact same with what I was going for. What are the reviews on this movie? Pretty good. Oh, it's got Chris Pine in it. Hard or not impossible. When you stop using your body, overcorrects and your dreams become. Oh God, I'm scared. Then I'm scared to quit. When I stopped smoking weed, I had more vivid dreams. Okay, so yeah, that lines up with what he said. I feel like me and Dr. J would be great friends. He is a pretty cool person. I don't know about a friend, but he is pretty cool. He said, thanks, Bob. Very kind. He's totally gaslighting you, Dr. J. Nobody wants to be friends with you, dude. I'm just kidding. Dr. J's like, what the fuck, dude? I was just explaining REM. Hold up, my dog's crying outside my door. What? I swear this dog can talk. I'll be honest, I didn't see anything that popped out to me. We'll check it in a minute. Either that or he is a Pisces. I thought he said prices. Either that or he's a Pisces. He is a Pisces. Every now and then, man, those people freak me out. What? One second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I am a Pisces, not a doctor. Every time, Mike, I see someone type that. I'm sure I've already told you this 100 times. Every time I see someone type JCI, I think it's James Coney Island. Every freaking time. It's such a dirty trick. Me too, bro. I always make friends with fellow Pisces. Totally off topic. If you want your name back on YouTube, go to YouTube Studio, then customization, and change your hand. Screenshotting that. I had to save that. That was kind of clutch. That is not off topic. That is the most on topic thing that could have been said. Go to YouTube Studio, then customization, and change your handle back to what you want. Is that what you did? Because on my screen, your name still says Guarded Trader 13-U20. Or do I have to refresh? Maybe that's why. Wait, let me open my stream on a second monitor and see if it... No. You were right, though. I mean, the name is there now. You don't have a tab that says YouTube Studio? Let's see. You click your icon at the top right. It's like after you click your icon, it says YouTube Studio. There's a lot of tabs here now that it used to have. Holy crap. Garden Sun did it for her, so I'm assuming it's correct. I don't doubt. I didn't even know you could click that from there. Oh, that's right. That is right, Garden Trader. I wonder why it still has all those weird numbers behind your name, though. Like, did he add the U2O at the end of your name? Because Garden Trader 13 is normal, but what about the dash U2O? Or maybe it made him do that. Or maybe that's YouTube generated. I have no idea. Are there a bunch of other Garden Trader 13s out there in the world that are just dying for this alias? We'll never know. Well, shout out Garden Trader's son, because that is kind of clutch. I've had so many people annoyed by that. And now I can confidently tell them a way to fix it. I used to just tell people, yeah, go to your Google account and change your name on Google. But I stopped saying it because I was like, there's probably a better way to do it. Alright, well, I'm going to look for a swing for a little bit longer, and I'm going to end my stream because my dog is dying to play. I mean, she's like scratching up my leg as we speak. And there's nothing I could do to stop her. She's just overpowering me. She's like a lion. Come here. Come here. Imagine a world with 100 Guarded Trader 13s. Dude. We wouldn't survive. If there was more than one Guarded Trader 13 in this world, apocalypse would begin. Because Guarded Trader 13 was already in use, Cracks Knuckles. Cracks Knuckles opens up geolocator device. Begins hunting down every other Guarded Trader 13 in the world. Imagine the gardens we would have. We need to have like a Green Thumb tournament Matty Ice versus Garden Trader 13. Whoever's plant dies first loses. We would have so many bees. Yeah, we'd be like the bee movie. The whole world just encompassed in bees. I like how I said if there was another Garden Trader 13, there would be apocalypse, and then the next message I read was because Garden Trader 13 was already in use. All right, everybody be on the look. There's another Garden Trader 13 out there. We're spam reporting their account to get them banned. Just kidding, guys. Don't do that. That could actually get my channel deleted just saying that. I was just joking. That was all satire. We're talking about GTA 5, Minecraft, shit like that. Just joking, YouTube. My followers are too lazy to do that, and so am I. Take time to click someone's name to ban them or to report them. That's just too much work. We would have a garden army. Conversations at 1:45 p.m. when you're 5.5 hours into a stream. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here, Jennifer. Well, my orchards are dying because of the weather. We need more garden traders. I know, but too many garden traders that it might not be like as special as before, you know? We gotta keep it special. Minimal amount of garden traders. Too many and it's like, is it even a delicacy anymore at that point, you know? Come on, setup. Something pop out at me. Actually, no, I probably shouldn't talk like that. I am a little curious on how Intel's on this. Oh, it is a little bit under it. Spies entering a gap. Is it touching the 50% of that gap down yet? Let's open up a fucking another chart, guys. Actually, let's just clear this one. 'Cause holy. Okay, so the main level I'm concerned with from the high is that level. Turn all these boys off. Bye-bye. And then this one. 50%, 50%. So as we go up, these should be like targets. So we're above one, we have room to the next one. And then the devil in me has to know, where is that one? Because that's the only other fib that you could even possibly draw here. Okay. Alright, that actually helps a little bit. Because we're at a part of the chart where it's like, alright, shouldn't we like chill out soon? So maybe we could use this 682 as like a potential chill to F out level. And then honestly, we should draw the high of this supply from these 2 days, but on the 5-minute. So I'm going to do that now. Lily, wait, we're drawing the supply of the all-time high. Hold up. Alright, so all-time high be open to the last green candle. We could cheat and draw that. We could. We could totally cheat. I guess let's see which one looks more visually pleasing. Probably that one. Alright, we'll just cheat. Or wait. Hold up. I'll make it even better. We'll do open to the last green candle from the previous day. As wide as it could possibly be. thought I accidentally clicked cancel. That was gonna suck. Alright, that's not looking too bad. Maybe put one right there. Bro, I did it after I joked about it. Oh my god. You couldn't actually make me do that. That's crazy. Alright. Yo, I'm kind of liking this. It's like a little cleaner than our other levels. It's like the same levels, but I summarize it a little bit more. Because if we do go up more, we need to have a close target. Because it's not like we should go to 690 instantly. If we do tap out, where are we going? Ding, 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 ding. Same level that we had today. Go to start cooking. Watch that massive move for power hour. Oh yeah, everybody. Bob is stepping away. This is your signal to get in. Not actually. Wealth is about to be had thanks to you going AFK. Appreciate that, G. Good looks. God, if that chart wasn't Uber, I would call out a long on it. Coin long doesn't look bad overnight. There's Conoco. I guess I do need to look at Chevron since earlier I was saying Exxon looked good. Chevron doesn't look bad. I won't lie, we might have to do an Exxon call. Someone in chat might call me crazy for that. But let them. It only works when I take my afternoon nap for work. Oh. Damn. So you just gave me a fake signal. I'm unsubscribing from you. You just lost a membership. This is genuinely how people think. Okay, maybe I didn't need to rechart it. I get the same summary as I thought. Man, I might have to post this. Someone in chat's gonna call me crazy for posting an Exxon long. I feel like I'm missing something on that left. Where's my max daily? There it is. Oh man, my head's hurting. Sorry, I'm like slowing down. I got that gap. I got that gap. There's not really anything I see in between this level and that level that I can take away. There's something here that I'm not seeing. Like maybe the fib between here and here, like that level, like 120. But I don't know. I'm just gonna go with that. Let's go 6 months. See, I still get the same thing. It just looks like it has to go up. Okay. It should be a super liquid chain. It's one of the top fucking S&P weights. Let's see. Sorry for my language. Why is this chain so tradable? What the hell? Do I need to be swing trading Exxon more? Bro, what? That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. That makes 0 sense. I don't even understand that one. Okay, it might be end of November then. End of November, 122. Call me crazy. It is my birthday week. It is my birthday this Saturday. So I can't lose trades. It's like impossible. It's just like an unwritten rule. Call me crazy. I might actually get that. What you swinging, Foo? I'm looking at energy stocks. I like XOM. I also like how Chevron and Conoco look to kind of back up my shit. Exit doesn't look too bad, and I need to take a look at what Mike just said. To be honest with you, but I gotta type something. What's today's open on the candle? $117.40. Yo, who left my picture in there? Oh, detouched it. Okay. I'll be damned if somebody's laughing at Guardian Trader. But it was detouched. He's probably doing out a good jest. I was about to go assault mode. Wait, Oxy has earnings? Fuck. I hate you. It's in a good spot. Honestly, I'm just sending it. Oh, I could do it on this screen. I forgot. Yeah, 11/28. I thought I typed the wrong date. Alright, I posted XOM. I didn't really see much else from my actual strat that I liked. The best thing I liked was this, but that's who the fuck wants to trade AT&T? I know I don't. AMD looked good for downside, but that just sounds crazy because the market looks like it's going to keep going. And if it doesn't, then it looks like we're going to have an inside bar day tomorrow, which will kind of slow down a lot of these charts, which is probably going to be probably a good thing. Uber looks good for short-term upside. Coin looks good for short-term upside. Like I said, Conoco looks good for up. I don't know what this is, but it looks good for up as well. Netflix was good for up, but it kind of did its whole move today. So you kind of have to look over 1132 now. I think that was it. I don't think I had any other like 6 setups or anything cool to actually look at. Nothing to impress anybody, you know. H-band, like I said, I don't even know what this is, but that setup is really nice towards the next EMA. My dog is licking my ankle right now like crazy. O'Reilly actually doesn't look that bad towards the next EMA. Towards 100 about. Philip Morris, another one that doesn't look too bad towards the next EMA, about 157.70s. Oh, we know what this one is. Nah, not that great upside though. I think that was it. Fiserv doesn't look too bad either. In terms of big SPY weights, I don't think there was anything that was like Nvidia looks like it wants more upside. AMD might have done its upside, but it might just follow Nvidia. Microsoft, actually, Out of all the top weights, this is probably the best position for upside. Microsoft. Apple looks like it's begging to just pull back so it can have a reason to go back up at some point in the future. So some of your top weights are like 50-50. So some of them aren't actually sitting in a spot where they should go up. Like Microsoft and Meta both look good. Both look like they should go up. But that doesn't mean every weight will go up. Google looks good. Avgo looks all right. Google looks fine. Tesla's honestly just, it's like Apple. It's like 50-50. It looks like it wants to pull back so it can liquidate and pull up more. JPM new all-time high. Eli Lilly kept going. Holy. They're taking a lot of competitors off the plate. Eli Lilly, that is. UNH and J&J are just like their little sister right now. I mean, they are not even in the picture. Like I said, Netflix did its thing. I don't think I had anything else. Coin looks good for up. And then here's our sectors. Our ETFs. SPY actually does look good. Once we talked about it getting here, we were like, we'll have to see how the opening is, but it's did its move. So we'll have to see from this area, does it go up more or not? So you can put a little cute little arrow there. And then there's another cute little arrow we can put here. If I can right click it correctly. A fall under about 680, 679, 70s is the exact number. We'll probably see another pullback into this level's open, which is pretty close to the 8 EMA now, which can also be a second target down here at 674, which is another important level we've talked about 1,000 times. Triple Q, a little more confusing because I have all my levels on there still. I didn't clean it up because I'm a hoarder when it comes to triple Q levels, I'll be honest. I just don't like to delete levels on this chart. I don't know why. But we have that on watch, so I mean, you have to be crazy to not watch or chart triple Q, even if you don't watch it or trade it. And then IWM also pulled up today, so we could see some short-term upside for them too for the small caps. So we'll have to see how that goes. And again, guys, I want to start seeing more of you looking at your top sectors, even if it means just watching your top sectors like XLK, banks, discretionary, comms, and healthcare. Like just watching those 5, that's fine. But you need to be at least watching those 5. Staples you can kind of have as like a backup because it's not really an opposite, but it can be seen as an opposite in certain market conditions. So it's kind of good to have on the back burner. But I think with that, I think I'm going to end the stream. Yeah, Lyft actually doesn't look that bad. It's kind of just an obvious setup though. That's why I don't like to go over these too much, DDev, just because it is bullish and it looks like it should just keep going. But there's not much else I can cover on that besides like it should keep going up as long as it holds this. But that's just such a simple plan. I don't like to go over that for you because I'm sure you have a similar plan already set. But that doesn't look bad in terms of candlesticks and how it's coming off of this consolidation above the EMAs as well and above that good key level. Plus, I think I just said, didn't I say, yeah, Uber. Uber looks good. Is IWM a failed piercing line? That is a fucking great question. Is IWM a failed piercing line? Like, you talking about these two? I can't delete that chart. I just stopped myself from making a grave error. Because I am not recharting that. So let's see. So from the high to the low of that candle. Yeah, no, not a piercing line, but still. It's good that you pointed out the fact that it has the lower open. It had the wick down. It pulled up. And it retook the low of the previous day low. Meaning this level is pretty important for direction. So failed piercing line, but still a good piece of info because you got a lower open that took over the previous day low. So no, not a piercing line. Still important. Also, though, it's funny because for it to be a piercing line, kind of needs to get over this level. Look where today's low is. So even though it didn't use it for initial confirmation, it used it for today's confirmation. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. Thanks for the stream and swing. Good luck. Good luck. And thank you for being here, Garden. I appreciate you. I'll let you know if I hunt down the other Garden or not. I just mentioned Lyft in Discord. It's entering its old gap again. Oh, did you? Well, I didn't like it before, but now I like it because Dr. J said it. Good question, though, whoever asked about failed piercing line. You didn't see the third candle. Well, it's still good to draw that, though, Bob, to have that 50% drawn, because you'll still be able to use it for the future. Kind of like how that one did. Not every time, but that was kind of cool to see it that way. Good question, though. I love covering candlesticks. If anybody in here asks me questions about candlesticks, I will immediately, like, just get excited. I don't know what I was going to say, so I stopped myself. Stream has been fire. Keep up the hard work. Thank you, Mike. And thank you for being here, bro. I appreciate you. I know you took your time, and now you came back, and now you're here, and you're, like, back at it full swing, and I love it. I love seeing all the guys get together and work together on the different tickers everyone should be looking at and stuff. But yeah, I'm going to end the stream there. I do appreciate everybody hitting 50 likes. You know, in my head this morning when I woke up, I was like, if stream can hit 50 likes today, I'll do a full day stream. And we pretty much did the full day stream. Pretty much did it to get the 50 likes. So I do appreciate that. That is honestly an incredible feat by you guys. I didn't even know we had 50 people that could like the stream, you know. That's pretty nuts. I'm like fanboying a little bit. I kind of like... Oh my god, I forgot Dutch Brothers exist. Why did I forget this exists? This is actually a great ticker. Hold up. I can't end the stream yet. I can't tell you how many times I've seen people in my own chat call this out, and I just ignored it every time, and it's just killed it every time. Clearly, I'm missing out on something special. Yeah, we'll keep Dutch Bros in best shit ever so I don't forget it again. My name isn't Bob, it's Nard. Yeah, I know. But I gotta call y'all by your names or I will go crazy. You should do what Garden said. She said, totally off topic, but if you want your name back on YouTube, go to YouTube Studio, then customization, and change your handle back to what you want. I don't know why I read your entire message word for word, but there you go. YouTube Studio, then customization, and change your handle back to what you want. All right, well, I am going to end the stream there. Again, appreciate you for all the likes, everybody showing up, all that cool stuff, all the messages, questions, conversations, feedback, stuff like that. If you guys are in the Discord, super cool. Definitely join in, tune in, catch in on some of the conversation, stuff like that. I can't speak straight right now or speak English because I'm so out of it. But yeah, I hope to see more of you in here. And yeah, have a good rest of your day. Thank you guys again.